Dear colleagues, good morning. I'm glad to welcome all of you at the Russian International Affairs Council. We're beginning our webinar as part of the RIAC Africa project. Today we're going to discuss the contemporary architecture of international aid. It's quite a relevant topic, has always been relevant and getting ever more relevant. As we all know, according to OECD estimates, national aid has been going down, and yet 25 it will reduce significantly. Traditional donors have been changing their positions, their priorities, and have been cutting budgets. Traditional donors are donors like the US, EC, Germany, the UK, and other European countries. But they're thinking how to change approaches to international aid. And the paradigm of international aid has been changing too. Previously, the speech was about responsibility, and now they're talking about investments and establishing partnerships. That's quite an interesting transition, and we would like to analyze this. And with this in view, we have planned our program as follows. We've got two main blocks in the program. Block one is traditional partners for the development of aid to African countries, and block number two includes new partners and new approaches. Also, alternative sources of funding which African countries may find independently. We're getting started, and I would like to give the floor for opening remarks to our executive director of RIAC. Dear colleagues, welcome on behalf of RIAC. Thank you for joining us. We're going to have a very constructive discussion. I will still have got 90 seconds for the words of welcome, because we must meet the schedule, because our colleagues can only join us at certain time online. So sorry for beginning with this negative information. So we'd like to ask you kindly to observe the schedule, because otherwise we can have problems with colleagues that will be joining us online. I'm no expert in Africa, so I'll be very brief and very general, and then I will give the floor to those who are much better specialists on the topic of today's discussions. The African continent today is one of the most important priorities in international relations, and for the Russian Federation in particular. Africa to us is one of the most important points of gravity. So today we are going to discuss a topic which is of paramount importance, not only in the context of the African continent, but also in the context of Russia. I will not say nothing more commonplace. Thank you very much for joining us. And now we'll give the floor to Mikhail Markelov, Vice President of the Council. Good morning, dear Tatiana. Good morning, dear colleagues. Yes, today we're going to discuss a topic which is of paramount importance, but it has been so important for past several decades already. What has been changing is the picture, as opposed to the way it looked 10 to 15 years ago. The architecture of international aid, not only to Africa, but all of this so-called developing world. Year 2011, when the project for the establishment of the new federal agency called the Russian Committee for Development was offered to the then President Dmitry Medvedev. This agency was supposed to be a response to the USAID in the US and similar agencies in other countries. Back then, the idea was that this competition between these development institutions for development and aid, would be of would be determining things. But the course of life has changed this. In his second term, President Trump simply cancelled, liquidated the USAID. And I think that it is now very good that we have handed this over to the Russian Committee for National Development. We will listen to their reports. In years 1989 and 1980, back in this building, we had representatives of the business sector from various countries of Africa and Middle East. And back then I was listening to stories by American citizens. I listened to the nephew of Boutros Ghali, and back then he was telling that the whole world is ready to help to Russia, but they would, rather than offer fish, offer a fishing rod with, so that Russians would learn to angle. Okay, we have been doing this, and we've done a lot over the past 30 years. And now the question is, how can we help our friends in Africa to do this sort of fishing? If you have ever been to Zimbabwe, to the Victorian Falls, you remember the hotel where Queen Elizabeth used to stay, and its walls are covered with the slogans showing how Africa in the times of World War II sent food to the UK who was hungering. Back then, in the 1960s, the world changed and the world started to think how to feed Africa. Maybe researchers need to understand and to analyze this period of 65 years of development of Africa. How could Africa, from a food donor, turn into a main food recipient of international food aid? Again, like I said, today that the attitude of international aid institutions are changing, this is very important. The latest research show that by year 2050, the number of able-bodied people will double. The country will have to establish a lot of jobs to satisfy the needs of the young population. The needs of the young population, as we have seen the past months, we have seen what can happen if these needs are not satisfied. The protest of the Z generation, particularly in Northern Africa, it was one of the wake-up calls. So what are we to do? Are we going to help establish these jobs, or will the African business sector be able to establish these jobs themselves without international help, in particular business help, like investments and technologies, etc., etc.? If you have been to Africa in the past years, you may have seen that today the Russian business has been coming to Africa. For instance, the Yandex taxi service. You can see it in Addis Ababa, in Casablanca, and other cities. And there are lots of examples of this kind. Or digital economy, or everything that relates to the telecom sphere. The Russian business has been at the forefront here. That said, the Africans are still eager to see Russians as their traditional partners, in traditional spheres, such as, for instance, construction. And I'm now considering a large-scale project for reconstruction of the deep-sea port in Durban, in South Africa, when I'm working on this very closely. And there can also be very interesting projects. And this is not aid, this is development, rather. Projects under the auspices of the BRICS Bank. Last summer, for instance, we saw on the sideline of the St. Petersburg Economic Forum these discussions. I had a long discussion with Dil Morozov, and it is quite understandable. The BRICS Bank is ready to provide a helping hand in infrastructure projects too. Uh, yeah, we will not just send rice, but the thing is that people need to be able to work with the money that the BRICS Bank is going to lend. So I do hope that today during this webinar we will be able to find some new out-of-the-box approaches to this topic which may seem quite old. Thank you. Dear colleagues, and now I would like to give the floor to Kirill Bogomolov, Deputy Head of Rossotrudnichestvo. Yes, thank you. Svetlana has said that she's no expert on Africa. Well, you know, as late as yesterday, it occurred to me that did I ever think that I would deal with Africa? And my colleague replied to me, but the times are changing, and when you're an expert on development, then you work with Kyrgyzstan, and then you work with African countries. Yes, the times they are changing. So the thing is that 10 to 15 years ago, or this topic has been changing for the past 10 to 15 years. This is indeed so, and actually, since I'm working very closely with this, what I can see is that there are new sites arising, new areas arising where development and aid is discussed. And it is quite often discussed in a much more practical sense than it used to in the past. We have been quite closely working to implement the program for the project to pass a law on international development, and our agency works together with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia to formulate the wording. And today, for instance, we're going to send a block of our comments to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, so that the function of the Russian Agency on Development would be granted to our agency. Well, overall, I believe that we're discussing partnership rather than aid, and this is the right thing to do. Because, like we used to say, you should offer a fishing rod rather than a fish, and sometimes you need to go fishing together with people, because it's more about friendship rather than aid or even a partnership. And sometimes our aid is not directly related to any particular need. Russian international aid, Russian aid abroad, is considered to be something which comes free and at any time. But, well, what I'm trying to say that our people in the African continent are close friends, are partners. There are people who want to be sovereign, and we can help them in this respect. So, and this switch, this transition from some security to sovereignty, in particular in the sphere of food security and food sovereignty. We've been discussing this with the Minister of Agriculture and Foreign Affairs. We want to hold a conference in Addis Ababa, and my colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs knows this very well. We're in touch with Addis Ababa every day, several times. It'll be in 1 month's time in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And we will invite all the African countries. The idea is we want to help business circles meet together by the Minister of Agriculture, of Foreign Affairs, and Minister of Agriculture. Well, they understand very well that we shouldn't just want to go there and sell something. No, we will come there to help to establish institutional potential. We will make these fishing rods and we will sit down and fish together with you. This will establish ties which will be much more reliable, much stronger, and much more long term. So this is what we all understand in our think tanks. So we, for our part, have been trying very closely to participate and to observe. And we hope that we will be able to, firstly, to adopt this federal law. Then this will establish a new sector for international aid. And we do hope that we'll not so much to coordinate, but to aid and to direct this work in Russia. This is our main aim, and clearly our friends from African countries will be on the top of the priority list when this law has passed, or even before this law is passed. We're still working on this very closely. So what is very important is that it is very important that we're discussing this today. And we're ready to participate in all the discussions very actively. Thank you very much, and wish you very productive work. Thank you. A brief remark. When you're holding the conference, I hope this will be in Sheraton. Go to Sheraton, because this is where in year 2010 we worked together with the then President Melzinov. And we made a very good start. The microphone. The microphone, please. Kirill Sergeyevich, thank you very much for finding the time to visit us, because you represent the key agency, and listening to you is very important for us. Dear colleagues, now I would like to know whether Dr. Hassan Kanenji, the Director of the International Institute for Strategic Studies, has joined us.
Mr. Hassan, are you here? Yeah. Yes, thanks.
Didn't get the technology working, so I actually did not hear anything that even Mikhail Kirill said, but I hope I'll get some translation later. So just bear with me. I will turn off the video for better clarity, but I really do appreciate being invited, to this event. So let me just turn on the video so we can have good bandwidth going.
Yeah, are you ready to present your views?
Yes, that's right, I am. So
please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we are here to discuss one of the important things with regard to the geopolitical happenings that's taking place in our world today. Now, I think it's important for us to underscore a few things. And I'm going to start by giving some bit of historical background to this. In the immediate post-Cold War era, there was an attempt to describe it by people such as Francis Fukuyama as the end of history, celebrating the triumph of market capitalism over what was seen as inefficient communism and socialist ideologies. And yes, the push for globalization and neoliberal democracy became manifestations of this victory. But did history really end? Indeed, the post-Cold War order that has seen a surge in neoliberal orthodoxy, marked by market economics, push for liberal democracy and free markets, facilitated by the Bretton Woods institutions and aided in large part by the Washington Consensus, has seen a dramatic decline defined by nationalism, parochial nativism, protectionism, and yes, weaponization or unilateral weaponization of free market practices through selective enforcement of international norms for geopolitical and hegemonic purposes. At the same time, collective action through international institutions, regional arrangements, and initiatives that are meant to address persistent global economic, peace, and security challenges is quickly being replaced by more inward-looking nationalistic policies that has seen a global Western retreat from key initiatives and economic arrangements that affect especially a significant part of the global South. For the most part, the world's biggest economy since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the United States has shaped the discourse in these changing fortunes. Of critical interest to us on the African continent is not only the impact of the changing approach, but a substantial withdrawal of the US engagement, especially in areas that affect the global South, especially in the realms of economics, peace, and security. Indeed, in recent years, we have seen a closing down of the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, a critical vehicle in international humanitarian assistance. There is a mixed messaging on Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, a mechanism that has enabled preferential access to select African goods to the American market. The US withdrawal from agencies such as UNESCO and WHO fundamentally has affected collective approach to educational needs, impacting crucial work in education, scientific cooperation, and preservation of the continent's vast cultural resources. In particular, for the World Health Organization, this has affected the ability to respond to health emergencies, as well as economic and chronic health issues, such as HIV/AIDS epidemic that require united global action. Further, the decision not to participate in the 4th United Nations International Conference on Financing for Development, while is deeply symbolic, it also signals a withdrawal from the most important global dialogues on debt relief, climate finance, and mobilizing resources for sustainable development goals, leaving Africa with a diminished voice and fewer allies in these critical forums. Further, a reduction and opposition to continued UN funding for peace missions is not only going to affect the current UN-funded missions in Africa, but also runs the risk of mission failure, return to wars and conflict, and destruction of the current regional security architectures that may result in cases of state collapse with catastrophic consequences. Indeed, the current mission in Somalia, Democratic Republic of Congo, and South Sudan relies significantly on US-assessed contributions, in which the United States has been an important contributor. On a whole, therefore, the United States' systematic withdrawal from global governance institutions and its own critical global initiatives in trade, health, education, security, while it is harmful to the United States' own international interest, it will, in the immediate, however, disproportionately affect the African continent. The current absence of an immediate alternative to sudden departures has created multiple crises in health, economic, as well as security realms, from the Sahel all the way to Cabo Delgado in Southern Africa. And yes, as dramatic as it may, this is not surprising. The relative decline of the West as a result of the rise of the rest has created both centrifugal as well as centripetal forces. Those who want to maintain a privileged status quo and those who seek to rebalance the world to be more just and more equitable. But how can Africa respond to these emerging challenges, to the new geopolitics that seems to be a contest between those who want to maintain the status quo and those who want to reshape the world that reflects a more just future? One, the primary response by Africa, of course, must be internal. The continent must accelerate the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to boost intra-African trade and reduce reliance on external markets. Furthermore, enhancing domestic resource mobilization, tackling illicit financial flows, and strengthening governance are no longer just policy goals. They are imperatives for survival. Second, the continent is actively moving beyond traditional North-South partnerships. It is strengthening ties with China, with the Russian Federation, Turkey, Gulf states, as well as Brazil. This diversification provides new sources of investment and financing, but it also requires careful navigation to ensure these partnerships are mutually beneficial and do not create new dependencies or compromise existing interests. Third, as Washington retreats, Africa must demand a more inclusive and equitable global system. This includes a call for permanent African representation on the United Nations Security Council and a fundamental reform of the international financial institutions to give the continent a voice commensurate with its demographic and economic importance. Four, The deconstruction of the old aid architecture, while painful and disruptive, is a historic catalyst. It is forcing Africa to transition from being an appendage of a few global and mostly Western economies to being a primary agent of its own development. This has oftentimes created friction with its traditional partners. Yet these are risks that Africa must take if it is to increase its agency and independence. Yes, the road ahead is fraught with challenges, from funding gaps in our security missions to economic shocks from shifting trade policies. However, the opportunity to build a more self-reliant, integrated, and resilient continent that engages with the world, not on basis of need, but on basis of partnership of equals. The future of African development and security must reflect the new geopolitical realities of a multipolar world, its increasing agency and relevance, where the rise of the rest and the decline of the West may as well become the permanent feature of the new world order. Africa must not continue to suffer the consequences of the laws laid by others, but it must increase its agency in trying to reshape the world as it should be. And the time is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan, for your presentation. So you have highlighted many problems, and you've gone to a broader scope. And then you've suggested what are the things that African countries could do in order to help themselves in the future to develop towards prosperity. So this is our first experience of collaboration with your organization, but I think that it's the first but not the last one, and we are keen to continue. Thank you so much. And we can start the next session. And I would like to invite Alexandra to act as our moderator, together with Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs from Lagos. I hope the esteemed professor is with us. Dear colleagues, welcome everyone. So during our first session, that's our first session that we'll be talking about the role of traditional donors in the African continent. And it's not without reason, because traditional donors are actually the source of shock news today. And we know that there has been diminishing of aid by 28%, according to various estimates. That's for the sub-Saharan bloc. And then last week, it was the representative of the health center and who just mentioned that they didn't need it that much. There's over 40% of all the aid that is destined to the health system actually is not needed in African countries. And this is what we are going to talk about today, whether this aid is effective and efficient, whether this sort of aid is needed for African countries. So I would like to talk to Svetlana, and I'll give you 5 to 7 minutes. So you'll see that sign from me. So once you have 2 minutes to conclude your presentation. Otherwise, these traditional donors will more all the opportunities because we need to leave time for the next session, for the section number 2 for new donors. With that, I would like to give the floor to my co-moderator, Professor Gosa Ogae, Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Professor Gosa, are you with us? Probably Professor just hasn't managed to connect and sending his best wishes to us.
Yes, we can hear you. Please, would you like to say a few words? Yes, I'd like to say a few words. Thank you for inviting me to this very important meeting. Yes, it is true that aid has played a very significant role in Africa's development process for the major reason that African countries have found themselves stuck with poverty. And poverty, of course, as you know, does not allow you too many options. Sometimes people have said that Africans are incapable of helping themselves, and therefore they would need help from outside. But the reality is that, yes, Africa has needed some form of aid, but aid has sort of, become the major global focus. But what Africa needs, it's self-based, self-determined development. So if you like, it's probably the time now that there is a cutback on aid, that this whole debate is coming up. But let me just say that in terms of the dominant perspectives of aid in Africa, it's been very Western. And so when you hear about aid from the global north, you precisely and very specifically would be talking about aid from the West. So there is such a thing as Western-dominated aid architecture, which has been put together over the years by attempts at arriving at consensus. And so you have the ODI, Official Development, ODA, Official Development Assistance, that many countries, many donors have subscribed to. But what that has done is it has made Africa very disadvantaged because Africa is at the receiving end, and many of its own views and perspectives have not come on board. So my initial thing would be, yes, Africa needs more aid at this point, because global development requires collaboration and partnerships, and that's the essence of global governance, not only in Africa, but in other parts of the global south and other parts of the world where aid is necessary. But there are critical problems right now. Africa has a huge debt burden, that is not sustainable. Now, so even as there's a drawback on aid, that question needs to be addressed. Africa is asking for some aid, reconsideration. Not necessarily to say we forgive you, but to say, can we review these things and get onto new paths? So I think that the new architecture would require African equity participation. So it's not a top-down approach to aid or development assistance. It has to be something that is done through negotiation and bargaining. But that's not to preempt what our speakers are going to have to say today. Thank you very much, Alexandra, for allowing me have a minute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gossa, for your introductory remarks, and also from the view that they expressed on behalf of African countries towards this traditional aid. Now, I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, Mr. Bartnev, representing the High School of Economists, leading research at the Institute for Advanced Strategic Studies. He just has a very broad experience in this traditional aid
Thank you very much for this dedication. You're welcome.
Thank you so
yes,
much
indeed, we
for
have very little
invitation.
time,
We don't
so
have much
I'll
time.
get down
So,
straight to my presentation.
Without further ado, I want to talk about the topic of
my
presentation.
topic is global regional local factors in external development finance providers' activities in Africa. Talking about global factors, I mean fundamental shifts in the global economy, global politics, which we're observing today. The restriction of the world economy structure, growth and conflicts, and the largest providers such as China, the US, to them, this is not a result of activities of some unenforced because it has been the result of their activities. But for donors in tiers 2, 3, and 4, these tectonic shifts are something which they cannot really influence, but they have to react to them and take them into account in their politics. Are there providers that have not been affected by these trends? No, there aren't such providers. Do these trends affect providers in North America, Latin America, Europe, Asia, and Africa? Yeah. Well, no. There's a lot of specificity in each of the regions, but despite all the common things of the trends, the situation in politics of the major trends is negative for Africa. The structure of the official development financing is still overwhelmed by largest donors from the West. We have seen a disproportionate reduction in aid to Africa as opposed to other regions in the past years. I will not go into numbers, but what I'm trying to say is that talking about this global level, I would like to draw your attention to one phrase which is included in the description of the roundtable. The Institute of National Assistance is securitized. No, I don't think this is correct. We need to help the assistance, and in this respect, we will ensure security. But no, in real life, this works in a different way. The more convincing are arguments that if peoples are lagging behind, the higher is the probability that money for this assistance can be obtained. Securitization of assistance has always been there, but the content was different. In the years of the Cold War, developing countries were considered that if they're not assisted, the left forces will come to power. In the 1990s, the focus was infection diseases and climate change. And we know that in the 0 years, growth in terrorism has shifted the focus. In 2010 to 2020, people were worried about uncontrolled migration from Africa. That this migration development nexus was established. Various connections between development and security can exist. But no matter what nice words people use, still, basically, it boils down to one formula. The development of developing countries means our security. That is the conventional donor, traditional donors. And this link between security and development with respect to Africa has always helped to keep international assistance at a high level. But at the same time, it has always warped the idea of development. It imposed certain standards and priorities which did not always meet the needs of the developing countries. Has Africa always been a victim of the securitization? Yes, on one hand, but on the other hand, there were quite often many numbers who were the beneficiaries of this approach, at least from the point of view of the assistance that they received. What do we see now in the 2020s? Now there's the link security to development quite often transformed into a dilemma. It's either their development or our security. Our security for many donor countries means expenses on defense, but not on assistance to development. Probably the only link where the only sphere where the link between security and development works not in the either or mode or in both and mode is the resource. Some people need resources, some people need energy resources, some people need minerals, some people need both. Many European countries or East Asia countries think that it's a fundamental threat for them that they need to keep their share in exports, and they want to keep their share in the revenues from exports, meaning that they think they must keep their current positions because this will keep their country competitive. So this strengthening of the to economic security will not save Africa from large-scale budget cuts, but it will definitely change the continental landscape, and it will prevent development of countries and their satisfaction of their long-term needs. I will not focus on the US experience. I have a certain opinion on that. What I'm trying to say is that donors are different. They have different situations in politics and economy. But Africa is also very big and very versatile. We have 20 reports on this roundtable. We're talking about Africa in general, but there's Africa south of Sahara. But if it's a donor, does a donor think about the entire continent? No. Donors usually focus on a sub-region or a country, or rather even a certain area inside that country where they have their strategic interests, like deep sea ports or mineral deposits. This results in the aid orphans and aid darlings. The problem has been there always, and it has been of paramount importance in Africa. And with respect to Africa, this problem will have certain aspects inside particular regions and countries. There'll be regions and countries that will be getting aid to particular sectors of economy, and there'll be a huge number of other areas where people will be in dire needs for funds for education, etc. This will result in the growth of conflicts, internal conflicts, in the growth of political risks, and that can prevent solution of fundamental problems. If assistance is going down, then private capital can be mobilized as an alternative. We've been discussing this for the past 25 years. But if conflicts are arising, then political risks are also growing. And business will still consider this continent as too risky to come there with their money and to invest their money. And I'm wrapping up. In this case, it makes sense to build a long-term, and my colleague mentioned this, long-term relations that will be based on strengthening stress resistance of the countries in the broad sense, the resilience of these countries, strengthening the sovereignty, developing the rich human capital of the continent. And I would like to see Russian Federation to be one of these countries that will help our African partners. Thank you very much, Vladimir Bartnev, for specifying, because in these there are certain sectors of the countries. Because when we talk about the African continent in general, we forget that attitude to various countries also varies a lot. And you said that you have your own opinion with respect to the US aid. Our next speaker will discuss this particular topic. Arina Gorbacheva, you have the floor. Yes, good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for participating in this discussion. As you all know, in August 2025, Marco Rubio, US State Secretary, said that the US aid would be liquidated. And starting July the 1st, this agency stopped any international aid programs. And before we talk about any possible consequences for African countries of the closure of the USAID, we need to describe what they have been doing. USAID has been traditionally the largest operator of national assistance on behalf of the US. It admits more than 50% of international assistance provided by the US. And according to open data, the amounts grew from $7 billion in year 2001 to 42 in year 2024, which is a significant growth, even if you consider the dollar inflation. It should be underscored here that while in the beginning of the 21st century, African countries received amounts of aid that could be compared to amounts of aid granted in other regions. So the distribution was more or less even, but over time, Africa turned into the key recipient of this aid. It is quite clear that the stopping of this aid will be to the detriment of many programs, in particular humanitarian programs in the sphere of medical care, calamity response, etc. And the cancellation of these programs causes a lot of alarm. Still, I would like to touch upon the problem of sovereignty. The closure of the USAID worldwide has sent a wave of unjustified criticism for this organization. This criticism is related to the political agenda behind several projects, because quite often it funded opposition mass media, NCOs, protest movements, etc. And quite often it happened during the very active electoral phase. In Ethiopia, for instance, the government blamed the USA for funding various opposition groups, militants. After South Africa joined BRICS, the USA launched a program for the training of investigative journalism to be able to cover corruption and crime in South Africa. This means that the agency, despite the officially declared aims, was used as a tool for external imposition of US aims. But many experts note, and I agree with them, that this will become now more targeted and more tough. This bonus of various international projects will not be there anymore. It is now clear why, despite the expectations, the reaction of many African leaders and some part of African public was quite restrained. So, despite the very serious consequences for the continent, some Africans believe that the stopping of this aid offers an opportunity. In year 21, before the decision was made to close the USAID, the African Barometer poll held in 34 countries showed that 65% of respondents wanted their governments to fund development out of internal resources rather than international lending and international aid. And the current president of Ghana called the closure of the USAID a signal to Africa that we, the Africans, now need to become more independent. And I would like to wrap up and say that we're now observing a situation where a very clear articulated request for sovereign development coincided with external circumstances. And in this context, African countries need to use internal opportunities for development. That's one. And two, they need to build their own strategies, considering the potential risks that external pressure will grow. I'm done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Arina Gorbacheva, for your excellent presentation and for keeping the timing. And now, I would like to say that in your speech you mentioned what we also heard from our co-moderator, Professor Egosa Osakai, that it should be self-funded, self-paced development. And now I will give the floor to the next speaker. We all know that the greatest number of conflicts worldwide happened in African countries. Our next speaker will discuss humanitarian affairs, humanitarian assistance to Africa. In the sphere of emergency humanitarian response. Alexei Demedov, Humanitarian Affairs Advisor of the ICRC Regional Delegation for the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus. Andrei, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I want to make it through the humanitarian perspective, and there are two major topics I'd like to address. First, the humanitarian work and the way it impacts the development of African countries, and secondly, that's the financial sector in the financial situation, the humanitarian sector. So we have more than many millions and then of people that need this humanitarian aid, 340 millions in Africa. Then we see that there are organization, I mean, that's part of a Red Cross. So our operations are very important because we help people in conflict situations. So that's Somalia, Congo, Sudan, South Sudan, and many other major operations that we develop across the continent. First, the humanitarian work and its role in the development of countries. The humanitarian aid, it's about the survival, it's maintaining the personal dignity. And then these are the elements, but these are complementary elements. And many humanitarian crises in Africa can be described as protracted ones, so they require this long-term approach. In addition to this emergency aid, they need help in building infrastructure and stimulating the economy, and also contributing to the resilience of national economies. That's early recovery efforts. This is what we call our efforts to lay the foundation to help build and develop those territories that have been affected by crisis. So humanitarian work can be seen as the first step towards development and progress, and there's a humanitarian development nexus has been broadly discussed, meaning that we bring together the efforts of humanitarian actors in order to bridge the gap between the short-term humanitarian aid and long-term development. So it has been already mentioned that instead of fishing, so you need to give a tool to fish. That is sovereignty, the food sovereignty is important, and obviously humanitarian organizations are not trying to level up its operations to the state, but nevertheless, so the work that we're doing is in line with the discourse, because we're helping those communities to become more independent and to become less reliant on external aid. So there are a whole number of projects with diverse approaches. These would include giving assistance to local governments to help devastated communities, and other initiatives that aim to support small businesses among communities that have been suffering. On the other hand, we could have these major infrastructure projects to improve the quality of life. Oftentimes, we work together with development organizations such as African Development Bank. And to sum up, so these long-term projects help people become less reliant on external aid and assistance. So they also contributed to the inclusion of conflicts and to strengthen the sustainable development of these territories. So for humanitarian organizations, and ours included, it's a very effective way of operation, because it helps local communities build the autonomy, become self-reliant, and then we can redirect the efforts to those areas that are in greater need. Secondly, so finance part. In Africa, there are many crises, that can be called as forgotten humanitarian crisis. Yes, humanitarian crises are important, but at the same time, they will not be covered to a greater extent by the media or social networks, and then not so many funds will be allocated to respond to this sort of neglected crisis. And there is yet another problem. There's an unprecedented humanitarian financing crisis, and the major cause being that many donors reduce their finance. So in the past, it was 40% for the United States, but along with the United States, other key donors are also reducing their budget for humanitarian needs. So there is a decline in the financement of the humanitarian sector. So that's the first time ever, that's unprecedented, and it can be attributed to economic difficulties, to global tensions, and to the fact that these organizations will pay great importance to national defense. So therefore, they will divert their funds from humanitarian sphere. So now we see that this gap is actually also unprecedented in its size. I mean, the gap between the needs and the funds that are being provided to cover those needs. So the situation that we have in 2025 is very serious. So many leading donors have to reduce their budgets, so they remove their staff and they shut down their offices across African countries. So they terminate their programs that are very important to help the people suffering from crisis and catastrophes. So that's just about helping those that are mostly needed and those that are mostly vulnerable. So it's even very alarming because you see that they're shifting their priorities only for early survival, and they do not have funds enough, they don't have efforts enough to go with longer term programs. So it's not a thing of the future, but it's the thing of today, that today we have millions and millions of people that will not get the aid they were supposed to receive. And we see that humanitarian organizations will just cut down their target numbers by 20% at least. So as for the nature of this aid and assistance, so that will be in addition to infrastructure projects and helping communities to restore from calamities, for instance, and conflicts. We would like to invite all the stakeholders to pay attention to longer term strategies and not to favor only short term projects, because yes, you see that they will require a higher level of finance, but it will also help the people that suffer from humanitarian crisis. So just one of the organizations, we have our workers on the field and we talk to people. You know that people in Africa, most often they don't want us to bring them food in bags and dropping them from the aircraft. No, not at all. What they want us to do is to help them to build their infrastructure, to enable them to gain for their living. So this is something that people in Africa really need. So we have 8 out of 16 underfinanced operations in Africa. So that's the region that just suffers most in terms of underfunded projects in Nigeria, Somalia, and South Sudan in particular. So thank you very much for listening. And also would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to thank international donors that support our operations in Africa. So in particular, this is the Russian Federation. Thank you. Thank you so much. And unfortunately, so we have no longer the representative of the donor organization with us, but we will transfer your gratitude to them. So once we talk about major donors, the United States will be the key one, but we have other donors from Europe. So European donors also have a prominence on the African continent. And I would like to give the floor to Olga Kulikova, Senior Researcher at the Center for the Study of Russian-African Relations and African Foreign Policy at the Institute of African Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. So actually, I have prepared my presentation, but I will just very briefly describe it because I don't have that much time. So to the gist of it, the Ibrahim Foundation, so they put together the report saying that this development aid is becoming non-existent because there is a sharp decline in the funds that are being received from major donors. So the portion of Africa is declining, 11% as well. So just the funds do not meet the demand. So the European Union and other major donors have curtailed the financial allocations to Africa because of the war in Ukraine, because of their national security concerns, and Germany. So it's 3 billion Europe, so the 10% less for 2023-2025, and France will also cut its budget by 19% as compared to 2024, so that the UK, that's the 6% decline in the years between 2023 to 2025. So the target indicators that were set by the United Nations back in 70s, it was 0.7 CMDs, so that these targets have not been attained. So for 2023, it was point. So it was less for OECD, and only Germany, Luxembourg, Norway, and Sweden. So they remained on the level with the targeted indicators. Again, looking over the period 2023-2025, also because Ukrainian conflict, we saw that in Europe, the indicator rose significantly fourfold. At the same time, so the budget for Africa reduced. So in 2023, and then the percentage of foreign direct investment, so it dropped by 11 percentage points, as mentioned. And recently, it has been observed that in January and February last year, so long-term development and sustainable goals suffered also the reduction of more than $400 million for Africa. They diverted the fund to other directions. So the first time that we see that Africa just is alarmed by the poverty levels, and it should be also a matter of concern to those European politicians and also experts. They should realize that the role the Europeans play on the continent will be diminishing, because there are other donors coming from other parts of the world, because some people say that it is a strategic mistake to have the funds diverted from Africa to the Ukrainian front. And I would like to note another thing, and that's the systemic deficiencies that we can see in this aid and assistance funds. So oftentimes, European countries would attribute their expenses for the maintaining Ukrainian refugees, but it will be branded as development aid. So hence, this lack of transparency and lack of coordination. So one of the key problems being that there is this very impetus to reduce immigration. So Europe is being imposing its position on African countries in their policies to reduce migratory flows. Next, we see the slow pace of program implementation, and African opinions are not taken into account in an adequate extent. More appropriately, they are not listened to as to what are their actual needs. So when we're talking about the curtailment of European aid and finance of that goes to Africa, but it's not just a matter of numbers. No, that is more substantive. So just listen to our colleague from the Red Cross, because it will have negative consequences for the life, for the quality of life in Africa. So Europe is trying to give now less money to Africa, and then what Europe is doing, it actually is it is being underfunding Africa, thereby undermining the trust of the African counterpart towards Europe. And this is going to have long-term consequences. Again, so all these developments we can see against the background that climate change will become more acute and the problems in Africa will become more serious as well, because we see the population is increasing. At the same time, the climate change disturbances are expanding. There's tornado, other calamities. So Africa just suffers from the effects of this climate change, because Africa doesn't have that high level of carbon footprint as compared to other nations. So therefore, Africa should deserves a better attention and deserves better aid in that respect. So the European Union and European experts believe that they should not curtail their funds to Africa, but rather they need to need to maintain the level of financing in order to preserve their positions across the globe. Next, what we see is this green ecology and just energy transfer that also is a bit questionable at the moment. Next thing would be looking for prospects and other ways of attracting investment. And then to conclude, the year 2025 is key to Africa and Europe in many aspects. So there will be the 7th summit in Luanda and Angola to address many questions, including aid, and that aid that will be tied into the service towards the European interests, which African counterparts may oppose to. Next is the next period up to 2034 for the budgeting of financial aid that will be provided to Africa. So not they are saying that they want to see it even greatly tied into the strategic interests that pursue the European Union in the African countries, but we'll see what will be the response from the African side. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for this outline as regards European aid to Africa. And now we would like to be more specific, would like to talk about German aid, and I give the floor to Natalia Ivkin, PhD in History, Associate Professor, Deputy Head of the Department, Rudan University. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me the time for your attention to Africa. You wouldn't think of Germany as the most traditional partners talking about donors. Yeah. No. We usually think about the US or the UK, but we've seen the evolution of German assistance to African countries for quite some time, starting from the 1950s. Back then, it was a divided Germany, and people were mainly discussing the Federal Republic of Germany for quite obvious reasons, because the FRG joined the Western assistance policies immediately. But in the 1970s, it was believed that Germany was somewhere in the middle area of the country providing assistance. But still, the numbers were quite good. If you look at the available figures on the OECD and in German think tanks, three basic needs that Germany sees for themselves as part of the development of diplomacy, trade, and development. But let's be honest, to them trade comes first, diplomacy comes second, and development comes only third. That brings me back to Vladimir's report about what is the priority for Western countries. Yes, as for Germany, it is quite clear that for them, economy and security are priority. I won't go into the history of the question because I don't have the time. what is quite interesting. The Germans, we always think that the Germans are quite pedantic, and the aid is also structured very pedantically. And the, the federal development ministry decides whether assistance will be granted or not. The relations to the Minister of Foreign Affairs is unusual, but they work in a very close fashion. To them, economy comes first, diplomacy comes second, but they're very closely related. Interesting that the government exercises full control over the granting of this aid. It is not just a formal control, like signing of documents. No, these documents have to be provided to the government. But most importantly, there are two major blocks, technical cooperation and financial cooperation. Technical cooperation is executed by non-governmental organizations, while these report to the government. Financial aid comes through banks. James say that this is not a government bank, but still we see that the government owns 45% of shares in this bank. So here we see government grants and government loans, which help to coordinate this activity. We have here the three basic aims of the German aid to Africa south of Sahara. Germans say that aid to Africa is a priority for them. And they're claiming that they are ready to help African countries to reach their own aim development, to help undergo global transformation, to reach prosperity, etc., etc. These are very nice words, but quite often, unfortunately, if you look into the detail, they're hollow. Why do Germans to support the African free trade zone, for instance? On the one hand, African countries have to be able to contact in the south, right? But the German foreign policy aims to integrate as many countries as possible to be able to manage them, control them easier. Because the Germans believe, and they don't even try to hide this, they keep saying this, that it is much easier to control an integration, an integrated association, rather than individual countries, which are not tied, which are not linked. So at the moment, this mixed lending scheme is used in the free trade zone in Africa, which helps German to control and to be in control the way they have done this in the Latin American countries. What we see in stage two is the promotion of this fair global transformation. This is also a very nice word, but this brings African countries to the circle carbon neutrality and renewable energy sources. But quite often these partnerships for the proliferation, African countries don't understand why they need this, really. One of the representatives of the African countries made a very clear speech in the Russian Federation, the St. Petersburg Forum. He said that we don't quite understand why Europeans are so much for the carbon neutrality and the green agenda, the climate agenda. Because they use the carbon which they extract in Africa, but they prohibit Africans from doing this. So I have this question, he said. Why don't they themselves start using exclusively solar panels, photovoltaic panels, but instead they use fossil fuels, which they extract in Africa? Germans circumvent this. We know that Germans are the main patriots of green economy. Ursula von der Leyen has been promoting this idea of green path. But what we see here, there's a new type of colonialism, which I would like to cover. This new type of colonialism includes the edible and inedible, so to say. It has been trying to promote the processes which African countries are which is not a risk to African countries, which African countries don't really need to survive. I don't have much time. I will not delve into this. For instance, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Germans used to do a lot of very strange things in Africa. For instance, they digitalized the healthcare systems, and they said that this was an absolute condition for African countries. But many people in Africa have no access to computers. Uh, so if the document is in electronic format, they can't get the documents. So instead of making access to healthcare easier, they made it more complex, more difficult. Many African analysts say that many people couldn't get any access to healthcare or agriculture. The largest block of aid that Germans have been covering very well comes into agriculture. But if you look into reports, most of aid comes to transnational corporations that have been funding seeds for African countries, fertilizers for African countries, and some projects of new irrigation countries. But this money never reaches Africa. Furthermore, this also uh, makes lives of local farmers more difficult because they can't get any aid because this aid went to the transnational corporation or it went into digitalization. And I will not cover green agenda or human rights. Very briefly, I tried my best to develop a methodology for estimating the efficiency of German aid to African countries. I took the OECD criteria, which the OECD used to assess the efficiency of aid. There are 6 criteria. They're quite simple. The relevance and coordination, and uh, I saw how Germans understand the target setting, the relevance, the coordination. So I estimate this on this scale. -1 is where they reach nothing. +1 is when they have done a lot, and 0, when they only reached partly. There are certain effects from their efforts, but they have failed to do this completely. So at the end, we see that the total, the sum total of various criteria equals 0. So this basically shows that what Germany have been doing for Africa. So, well, this means that Germany, this shows what Germany has been doing for Africa. On one hand, we see very nice words, very nice statements and slogans on official web portals, in annual reports, various agencies. But in actual life, when you see where this all goes, where the German bank has been sending this money, if you look at all the schemes where the money goes to transnational corporations, and this money has then never leaves the TNC. So, yes, indeed, some vaccines have been delivered to Africa, but not the money. Germans take special pride in the fact that they have helped African countries to to struggle against COVID-19. Germans believe that they have helped Africans to survive during COVID because we saw very low mortality rates in Africa. But interestingly, I found a document issued by the German government, which states that Germany is one of the few countries that provide the vaccine, but they didn't provide AstraZeneca. No, they provided a vaccine that was made in India, based on the franchise. We have noticed that the vaccine was good, and it indeed helped some Africans. But the problem is that the same document states that only people vaccinated by AstraZeneca made in Europe have a right to come to Europe. So this shows that on one hand, the Germans implemented this sustainable development goals, but on the other hand, they restricted the immigration into Europe. Thank you, Natalia, for this presentation about the digitalization. I hope that Russian assistance in the sphere of digitalization will be covered by Nikolai Golovko later, and now I'd like to give the floor to Vyacheslav Usov. He's joined us online. He'll tell us about the assistance to Africa that comes from India. Good morning. I hope you can see me, you can hear me. Yes, we can, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much to organizers for the opportunity to speak here. I will discuss the features of Indian aid to Africa. India, as we all know, is not a traditional donor. But that said, Africa has still is in the center of India, the voice of the global south. The numbers which we see that cover cooperation between Africa and Africa speak for themselves. The trade turnover has been growing. It exceeds $100 billion. The amount of investments is about $75 billion US. But furthermore, we can note $12 billion of loans for the development of 40 countries. At least 190 large-scale projects completed, like 50,000 scholarships for education of African youth issued in 2015, and this has been used up mostly. 30 to 35 scholarships have already been granted. At the same time, these numbers, while being great, if you compare them to China, and India's always try to compare themselves against China, we see that these numbers are not so impressive. India still hasn't got enough funds to carry out large-scale initiatives which can be similar to those from China. According to the African Development Bank, the number of initiatives implemented by India into Africa has been going down. We see that both many Indians and foreign experts believe that this does not require many funds, but this will give an opportunity to India to increase economic and social potential of African countries. This applies in particular to education, medicine, and telecom. India has underscored that their aid to help Africa aims to capacity building and to develop skills of Africans. They also say that want to rely on African talents and they help local communities. Quite often, this is compared to the Chinese approach, where because it is claimed that Chinese hire only Chinese workforce. They want to create the traps and they create various infrastructure projects that make Africans dependent. But African projects for assistance also are criticized by Indians because these provide assistance only tied to certain conditions. Indians believe that their models don't have the drawbacks. It is not based on hierarchy. It goes along the South-South collaboration and implies technology transfer and skill transfer, but also infrastructure construction in accordance with the interests of African countries. An almost perfect implementation of this approach is the project of Pan-African Electronic Network that has been implemented since 2009. It has different names since 2017, but it still has the same aims. You may know that this project helps by means of satellite communications to ensure access of telemedicine in India to many patients from Africa. It also implies distance learning, which helped to train many African medical workers, about 22,000. It is worth noting that in the past years, India's assistance has been part of the Indian foreign policy with respect to global South countries. India has been promoting its digital services, which is quite a fashionable topic in the past years. In year 23, in the chaired G20, and India became a member of the African Union. Today, in these digital initiatives are an analog of the physical infrastructure, which is made in the global South countries by other countries, in particular by China. Furthermore, India also wants to become a neutral third power. India promotes itself as the voice of the global South, at the same time attempting to become a country that sets standards and rules of game in global affairs. In year 23, Indian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Jaishankar, said, "Today the world looks to India as a partner in development, and India plays the role of the narrative shaper." The format of an online summit, the Voice of Global South, was an attempt to reinforce this. India has been holding these summits starting from January 23. The second summit was held in September 24, and a fourth summit will be held by the end of this year. This format has replaced the summits in Africa that were successfully held in year 21, 2008, 2011, and 2015. Well, clearly, the question remains, to what extent online summits are capable of replacing personal movements of heads of state? Hard to say, but China keeps its China-Africa summits in the traditional form, and quite successfully too. Basically, all these Indian initiatives show that the New Delhi is ready to go beyond the traditional donor-recipient ties and to offer their own model for relations in the South-South relations, focused on affordable, scalable, and relevant decisions. It is no surprise that the third global summit was identified by Indian mass media that India is proposing an alternative proposal, an alternative development plan. At the same time, India has been facing various objective limitations. First, we see that India has disproportions in its development internally. Furthermore, India believes that it has reached more than China, but if we look to Africa, then we see that Africans can use both Indian and Chinese developments in this respect. That said, we think that the positive agenda proposed by India is considered by Africans in a very favorable manner. Thank you very much for your attention. I tried my best to keep the time. Thank you, Vyacheslav. We started by discussing traditional donors, now we discussed Indian donors. This brings a bridge to the next session. The next speaker.
I suggest now we give the floor to Mr. Golovko, and then his presentation will be followed by this one. So, Mr. Golovko will cover the topic of digitalization in African countries representing the Center for African Studies at the National Research University High School of Economics. Thank you very much. In fact, I would like to talk about the global dimension of this topic, probably the focus on Western structures. So we're talking about digitalization and international assistance that help develop international development, this low competitive structure actually made the African continent is a very promising field for these organizations and donor organizations, international actors decided to enter this market, but in turn, for African countries, digitalization is a way to address social and economic problems rather than an objective in itself. So there are digital projects and international donors. They promote their project in the form of international assistance. So the World Bank just gave its estimate for Africa as a global access will require $86 billion in investment. So this number is used by donors in order to attract investment in information and technology. So external assistance and aid actually is being provided under certain conditions. So take China. So China would be saying that you need to invite contractors, while the World Bank will have its own list of subcontractors, the list from which you can choose those companies that had been agreed upon. So it started in the late 80s. So in Africa received 1/3 of the budget. It was also the element of information and telecommunications sectors for infrastructure projects in this field. In 90%, it was more than 90% for digital components on the continent. So thanks to this trend, there were many American and European companies, IBM France, for instance, so they provided equipment for the implementation of WBB World Bank projects. And then 15% would be allocated to agriculture to improve the level of yield, also to improve the existing information systems. So, but just usually information is taken as a neutral project, but at the same time, it can be considered as a soft force instrument because donors can impose their technology, thereby strengthening dependence and reliance on their technologies, and this will have a deeper impact on many of the interaction aspects, and we see that disproportion in digital assistance because many of the initiatives would reflect the donor interests rather than the African needs. And many projects would have ambitious goals, and they just will lead to the disbursement of funds without taking into consideration the real situation. So, as an example, in the 80s, so among the digital projects, they used digital kiosk with touchpads. So it was in this South Africa, in the north and eastern provinces. So those kiosks were just dismantled because they were not used, they were not needed, and they didn't have the right content in the software programs. We see because the local governments do not have the sufficient level of training to operate information technology projects and devices. So the World Bank have actually implemented more than 600 projects, and with the funds, more than $15 billion for 2024. That's Ethiopia, Kenya, Congo, and Egypt. So Algeria, Eritrea, Guinea, Zimbabwe, they were the recipients. And also the World Bank is very active in the implementation of digital governments. And there's the index that have been composed and was updated in 2022 by the World Bank. So as I said, there are indicators that have been developed by the World Bank, and judged by these indicators, we see that the progress is slow for the implementation of the World Bank projects. On the other hand, we have Western structures and major donors, such as the United States, Britain, and France. So they are national agencies for development, promotion, and assistance. And Estonia becomes a technical subcontractor, and also Estonian Governance Academy has been very active also in the implementation of its solutions for e-governance and e-government, for exporting their solutions, IT solutions, also the development of digital IDs, identification documents. So for Estonia, that is yet another opportunity to deepen itself in the European integration mechanism. We are talking about the digital ecosystem, and it is still reliant on foreign companies, such as American companies, primarily Google, so gets an access to human resources. Sama, another American company that prepares data for artificial intelligence. So from every year, they would hire 1,000 people in Kenya and Uganda to provide data to Google Maps. So just if you have your mobile and if you have an online subscription, then those algorithms that work, I mean, they would be developed by African people. So there are many developers across Africa. So and those engaged in those programs will also have the possibility to in Europe and result in the fly of brains, so that's a shortage of brains. People leave Africa. And in addition to this human component, we also see some limitations and restrictions that have been imposed, and this very profound knowledge of European expertise. The European expertise predominates, so not so many local experts have been involved, and that creates a gap actually in the field. And to me, it would be more viable as a format to make this exchange of knowledge, sharing information, experience. For instance, we have our own program for sharing or transferring knowledge on e-governance to African countries. So in 2023, that was the Korean Agency for International Development that organized training sessions for Nigeria and Rwanda for electronic government, and they used this Rainbow platform for this purpose to set up an example and to roll out the experience across the continent. That's it from me. Thank you very much. So those Korean people are doing quite well, probably as well as we do. Now we give it another try with Alexander Novikov. So it seems that we cannot establish the connection. That I would like to give the floor to Angelina Palshema, Department of Physical Geography and Landscape Studies, Faculty of Geography, Lomonosov, Moscow State University. Right. I would like to greet you, my dear colleagues, and for today I have prepared a brief presentation regarding the illusion event in the financing of African projects on the part of America. So I do say that's an illusion because they announced the curtailment of major projects such as the closure of US aid. But at the same time, there are other sources, those that are not being that evident, but they would include NGOs and private companies. If we look at our NGOs, so their operations are quite extended across African countries because they have been always well rooted. These organizations and private projects would be operating under the aegis of providing humanitarian assistance, under the aegis of some charity foundations, and that we could divide them into 3 blocks. So there'd be volunteer programs, many private organizations arranging groups, tours for groups for Asia, other Asian tours or other individual tours in order to set up in Africa or in African territories some businesses so that the Western people could fulfill their potential. And this also will be beneficial to African countries. I'm talking about these volunteer programs, and they were dedicated to the rare and endangered species of animals, such as groups of people. They would go to the national reserves, to those areas where the animals are protected. On the other hand, we have a different sort of groups where people bring together to learn English. I don't know what English is been singled out as the language for international communication. So they provide teachers to teach African children, plus medical and social projects. On this slide, you can see the maps for volunteer programs, and all this information is available on the NGO's websites. These are private actors, so they call themselves mediators that can act as an interim, say, actors, and they help organize these volunteer tours. Therefore, they do not provide their financial data to the public in the public domain. So to Eastern Africa and Guinea Bay countries that will be covered by their operations I mentioned, though their reports are not publicly published, and they may engage the business sectors to do charity work with the charity foundations under the quasi-state government structure, and as such, it can be seen as a good way to conduct some unofficial or informal financial operations. You could have these volunteer projects to actually produce your financial reports. Next, we are talking about local social programs implemented by private companies. So these companies are doing mainly their business in the spheres mining or agriculture. So why? Because on site, so there can be conflicts as to the land use, and they need to try and reach an agreement. So they manage to allocate areas of land for buffer zones, and in doing so, they need to talk to local communities so that local community would allow that foreign business to get into their native lands. Saheli, another example, and recently there was that news about ore, the mining ore, so that was transferred from the local tribe to the official business. The official business that is a joint business between Mali companies and American companies in the form of a joint venture. Just for the companies, they need to invent these social programs in order to please the local people, to do away with all the land-related or business-related conflicts. Now we have the third category of humanitarian projects in troubled regions, and this would involve NGOs providing training, some education, social programs, including the protection of women's rights, and also we could add here some private companies that are engaged in security and safety problematics. training has been organized, just focusing on civil defense, on the troubled status of the regions. Just these are the civil defense schools that have been brought together. Businesses will be invited, local authorities will be invited. Then training sessions will be organized. Engineers, such as environmental engineers, and they will be invited to conduct the training sessions so that representatives of the local industry, the local authorities would catch up and implement these projects in their areas of work. So as one example, we could use this NGO registered in Hague. It's called INSO. That's Hague NGOs. Started to operate in 2010, and they have an entire network of force officers across troubled regions in the world. We have financial statistics for the year 2024, and 1/3 was received through US aid directly, and then the remaining 1/3 was received from the Norway government and other official structures. Now, looking at the financing of these operations and activities, now we see that this INSO is registered in the Netherlands. But at the same time, it receives funds from the structures, both private and public, with the ministries and with the governments, with the departments for migration, from Luxembourg, from Scandinavian countries, from France. So this INSO, the NGO, is in very close collaboration with a major well-known institute of Amsterdam. It's the Dutch institution. So the INSO provides many humanitarian missions, including training sessions, and obviously it would be also providing financial aid to the local people. At the same time, the staff for those people that are employed by these organizations, so they will be also attending the African countries. There will be 10%, so 10% of European staff is a must for these programs, and then these 10% would deliver all the operational data to the headquarters, to the analytical center at the Dutch Institute. Then they would accumulate all the data to produce their reports and provide analytical information for all NATO countries. And obviously, so we are talking about the NATO as a block of countries. And the Pentagon, they are not interested in the curtailment of funds that are being provided to this sort of NGOs. I believe there will be this mid-tier or some interim agents that will be funded, because information is expensive. It is very beneficial to have information, especially information that comes from the very area where activities are being undertaken. And next, we are looking at these lineups of operations, and in more than half of the regions, there are projects in African countries, especially Sahel countries. So they made their position clear. So they embarked on decolonization and the termination of their ties to the former metropolis. At the same time, we see NGOs still in operation. So in these countries that we can see on this slide, that's Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. So they have offices of NGOs, and we know that locals are being employed and are being trained by these organizations. And second, it was in 2024 in August in Port Sudan, that is an official capital of Sudan. And the authorities of Sudan. So after Russian military specialists came to their territory, so they did open an office. The INSO office opened in August 2024, and there were no problems. I mean, from the side of authorities, so no military people, and it is in operation. Now we are talking about this other way of providing financial aid and technical assistance. We call it humanitarian demining. So demining in a physical sense, removing mines, and this involves private companies such as MAG, Mines Advisory Group. So this company is being funded by the World Bank directly. So another paradoxical situation. So that's the Burkina Faso was actually the region of operation of this company for all the time. They have been always there. And now we have another company, Mentum. So they are working in Somalia and Libya, and it has been funded by the United States. So the militaries are involved, and then when Chivika, so the military people enter the region, they bring money, they bring equipment, and they bring other tangible values to the country. So these are the new actors that would also come into the forefront, such as Turkey or United Arab Emirates, which can provide their own finance to help African countries apart from traditional donors. That's it from me. Galina, thank you so much. And now we have another try with Alexander. Alexander, can you hear us?
Добрый день, коллеги. Подскажите, пожалуйста, меня слышно?
Good morning, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, yes, we can.
Связь стабильная на данный момент?
Is communication reliable? Not quite, but we can hear you so far. No, not anymore. We lost you.
Давайте я
No,
попробую тогда. Если все-таки оборвется, то не буду отнимать ваше время.
Okay, let me try to
Если
speak with
позволите, я
the
верну
camera
свою
off.
презентацию, поскольку
With your permission, I'd like to launch the
достаточно
presentation
большое количество
still,
ссылок на документы.
because there's a lot of links to various documents in the
Что ж,
presentation.
тогда я начну. Подскажите, пожалуйста, видно ли
Well, I
презентацию?
will begin. Can you see the screen?
Да, частично.
Partly.
Так, все, благодарю.
All
Что ж,
right, thank you.
тогда хочется начать с
I would like to begin
конкретно термина технической помощи. Прошу прощения,
by
коллеги,
discussing the
картинка не
term
двигается, кажется,
technical
что
aid.
все-таки есть проблемы с соединением, верно?
I apologize, dear colleagues. I think that I have some
Мы картинку видим.
communication problems. Well, we see your screen, so we see your screen.
Все, хорошо. Что ж, тогда
Very
коротко
well then.
поговорим про техническую
Then let's
помощь
discuss very
на
briefly the
африканском
technical
континенте.
assistance to the
Хочется
African
коротко
continent.
напомнить уважаемым
I would like to
экспертам
remind
и
all of you very
про
quickly
такой подвид содействия международному развитию, как
that
непосредственно техническая помощь.
there's
Под
technical
которой мы
assistance, which is part of
понимаем
international assistance.
нематериальную форму содействия развитию, то есть
To us, it's not non-material form of
обучение,
assistance to development, such as
практик,
a range of
и
training courses,
некое
exchange
общество
courses,
политического
practices, and also non-commercial
Соответственно,
political
само
consulting.
появилось появилась в 1948 году,
Uh,
когда все эти
uh,
практики
the term
необходимо
technical
было в
assistance
рамках
was established in 1948
объединить,
when all these
узаконить
practices
и
had to
придать
be
этому какую-то систему.
legalized as part of the United
И
Nations
сейчас
and
больше
to put
мы
into a
говорим,
certain
как правило,
system.
уже не о технической
So
помощи, а об укреплении
nowadays,
потенциала
we talk not
и
so
об
much of
обмене
technical
знаний.
assistance, but rather than capacity building
Если
and knowledge
более
knowledge
конкретным
exchange.
вещам переходить,
Now, to be more
то
concrete,
непосредственно к акторам и инструментарию предоставления технической
the
помощи,
agents are
то
the
есть
tools for providing
рекомендаций
technical
по
assistance.
социально-экономическому и политическому
The recommendation
развитию
is social
государств, в том числе
economical
nation-building,
development of
с 1948
countries,
года
including
по
nation building. So we
60-е
see that
основным
starting from
актором
1948
выступала
to
Организация Объединенных
1960,
Наций.
the
Это
United
учреждала
Nations
отдельные
was the
программы
main
и комитеты,
agent
занимающиеся
in this
технической
respect.
помощью и
Has special
предоставляющие
programs and
рекомендации
committees for
по
technical
учреждению тех или
assistance.
иных
It
министерств
worked out recommendations
и
on
выстраиванию
establishing
даже
various
таких
ministries
формирующихся
and
глобальные цепочки стоимости. В
embedding
1965
this in
году
the then
несколько таких
existing
органов,
value
специально
chains.
созданных в рамках
In
ООН, были введены
1960,
в программу развития ООН и
several
прочислены до
agencies
сих
were
пор. Это в
united into
качестве
the
небольшой такой
United Nations
предыстории.
Development Program,
Сейчас
which
же
still
мы
works.
постепенно переходим
Now,
к тому,
that's
что от
as far as history is
ООН
concerned. But what we
и
see now is that
основных
the UN
государственных
and the
акторов
two
по
main
предоставлению
government
помощи, технической
agents
помощи на
that
африканском
provide technical assistance to the African continent. We have
годы на
lost the
нынешних лет
speaker.
переходим к
Mhm.
сотрудничеству по линии Юг-Юг,
And now
что,
we
соответственно,
see what is going on in the
в рамках
South-South
деклараций, принимаемых в профильных
cooperation
комитетах ООН и в программе
sphere.
развития ООН, как в
This
Буэнос-Айресской
was
программе действий,
also
Парижской
uh,
декларации и
uh,
Пусанской декларации. Они
adopted in Buenos
закрепляли
Aires and in Paris
необходимость
in the
понимания контекста
other
оказания
UN
технической
documents.
помощи,
So
недопустимость переноса
these
эксплуатационистского
decisions
западного опыта на
mentioned
другую африканскую державу,
the
поскольку
context
Африка была
of
основным реципиентом технической
technical
помощи.
assistance should be taken into account.
И,
And
соответственно, более
European
важным значение
approaches should not be
приобретало
applied
сотрудничество
in
Юг-Юг,
Africa.
где контекст,
And the
например,
South-South
помощи от
cooperation
Индии или от
started
Китая
to play a
африканским
special
странам
role,
был
where
более
assistance from
подходящим, нежели
India and
таковой у
China
стран
to
ОЭС.
Africa was more acceptable than
Опять же,
the assistance
если мы
coming
говорим
from
про
the
акторов
EU
технической
countries.
помощи,
But again,
сейчас
talking
это
about the
максимально
agents of technical
разнообразные
assistance,
организации, то есть
when I
это
see that they are
Организация
very
Благословения,
versatile,
Система Организации Объединенных Наций и Бреттон-Вудские институты,
it's
также
the multilateral
многосторонние
institutions
доноры,
from the United Nations, Bretton
соответственно,
Woods
имеется в
institutions,
виду
but also
отдельные
bilateral
страны.
donors,
Причем важно понимать, что,
meaning
как
individual
правило,
countries.
при
And here it is
предоставлении
important to understand that when this assistance is
через
provided,
посольства, а через
it
некоммерческие
comes not
организации,
by embassies, but via various
через
NCOs and
консалтинговые
NGOs,
агентства, особенно если мы
various
говорим о
consultancy
западном мире.
agencies,
Это
in
может быть в том числе
particular
льготная помощь, оплачиваемая, например,
assistance coming
правительством
from the
США,
West.
какой-либо
Or this can
консалтинговой
be
компании США, но тем не
some
менее здесь
aid
идет
that the
двустороннее
US government
предоставление
pays to
технической
the
помощи.
US companies,
Ну
but
и,
still the
конечно же,
company provides
становится
some technical
провайдеров по
assistance.
линии Юг-Юг.
And we also see the
И,
number of
соответственно,
providers
присутствует
working
африканские
in the
партнеры и
South-South
точки
area
координации, которые
growing.
не столько
There are also
оказывают
various
техническую
African
помощь и
partners and
предоставляют ее,
coordination
сколько
sites
ее
which not so
координируют.
much provide
Опять же, это
technical
связано
assistance, but
больше с нехваткой
coordinate
средств.
it. But
И
this is
буквально пару
related more
слов
to
о
the
том, что пока
insufficient
позволяет
funding.
время.
And now
Это кейс, чтобы
let
понимать,
me
что из себя
focus on
представляет
individual
техническая помощь на
cases.
данный момент.
What
И
is
здесь,
this
наверное,
technical
интереснее
assistance
взять
today?
Юг-Юг.
Here
Это
it is
Индия,
interesting to look at
ранее
the
говорилось
South-South
более
area.
подробно,
India.
но здесь стоит отметить, что Индия занимает свою конкретную нишу. Она
India
предоставляет
takes a very
очень многие
concrete niche.
онлайн-курсы,
It
стажировки
provides
в IT-корпорациях.
online
Соответственно,
and
техническая помощь приобретает
physical courses,
формат
and this technical
краткосрочных
assistance
стажировок и внедрения
comes in the shape of
полноценной
short-term
квалификационных
exchange studies,
практик.
short-term secondments, and
Соответственно,
implementation
логика
of
состоит
best
в
practices.
обмене знаниями
The
и
logic
как при
is
привлечении к
to
себе
exchange
кадров,
knowledge
так и
and
вкладывании на свою
to attract
политическую
human
структуру
capital into
определенных секторов
India
экономики
and
африканских
to
стран.
bind individual sectors
Следующий
of
вопрос.
African countries to the Indian infrastructure.
Фармы и на сельское
Uh,
хозяйство.
the,
Здесь опять же речь идет о
so
передаче практик
pharmaceuticals
предоставительства
and
лабораторий
agriculture.
и
This
опыта.
also implies that labs will be built, so practices will be shared,
В
and
Бразилии Министерство
experience
здравия африканской
will be
страны
shared.
работают вместе над
And
той или иной
the
проблемой, в том числе
ministers of
определенных
individual
стратегических
countries from Africa
практиках.
work with the relevant
Ну и,
ministry of the
наконец,
country
кейс
to implement certain
Турции,
practices. And last but not least, the Turkish case, we know it quite well. This is a ticket agency. Small-scale infrastructure and social projects such as hospitals, schools, and restoration of cultural heritage. It provides recommendations on how to keep the cultural legacy or to develop healthcare. What are the takeaways? Technical assistance really boils down to consultations. They have developed a lot since 1940s and 50s. Back in the days, these were consultations on the government building, on state building, and now there's the knowledge sharing and management competence sharing. In the past, this came into multilateral comprehensive sphere, but now each of the country take their own niche, because there's quite a big number of countries, agents providing technical assistance. It also helps to save funds, because it is easier this way and cheaper this way. And we believe that there's a very good niche for Russia too. Russia can continue expanding the existing niche, namely providing technical assistance in the sphere of security and political technologies, and expanding the involvement of NGOs in this respect. Russia should use this tool of technical assistance and in particular focus on the educational potential, and should develop the opportunities for universities to work together, both at the government level and at the non-governmental level. I apologize again for the poor internet connection. I hope you have seen my presentation and have heard everything that I said. I'll be happy to talk to you later. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexander Novikov. Yes, we've seen the presentation, we have heard you, so we haven't had any major problems during the presentation with the connection. Dear colleagues, now the marathon is over, we even have some time for discussions. I would like to thank all of you for keeping the timing. The presentations were quite diverse. We've discussed the trends, discussed the efficiency of assistance from the point of view of reaching the priorities for the recipients. And in this respect, I want to open a discussion. The question, reduction of aid from assistance from traditional donors. Who would be the winner? Traditional donors because they have now more funds, or the recipient countries that have now an opportunity to change, to base the development on their own funds and to do what they want? Or will it be the new donors that will win from this? We'll discuss them now and we'll discuss them in the second session, because new donors now have more space for maneuvering. What do you think about it, dear colleagues? Would you like to say something, or would you like to ask a question? I have a question to my colleagues. Some presentations were
На самом деле, в предыдущие исторические эпохи, у нас не первый раз все-таки такие масштабные сокращения происходят. Да, есть определенные нюансы, почему они происходят, но сокращения были раньше.
We have said there are some nuances. Yes, the reductions were in the past as well. Sometimes they're quite significant. There were economic crises, and each time a reduction occurs, the question arises, how do you ensure value for money? How do you get your return on your investments? And various donor countries understand this in various ways, and so do recipient countries, because their understanding of value for money that the donors have doesn't correlate at all with what the recipients think, or what not traditional donors think, because there's a certain clash of political positions. And in this respect, what surprised to me, and I think that Alexander, you referred to that speech, I was surprised by the OECD report published in June. Contains lots of numbers on Africa, showing the details of who's going to lose what and how much African countries are going to lose, and what's the takeaway from the report. It ends in certain recommendations, very universal recommendations. What are we going to do in this case, right? Oh, or let us just do the network analysis and monitor the cascades effects. Let's see the countries have lost because of that, and who's going to lose the most. This is an analytical tool, but this does not help policy. No one is going to win from using this political tool. Sorry, analytical tool of this network analysis. But the second interesting conclusion: let us work all with all. Let us expand the range of donors. Let's take everybody on board, all the providers in the South-South, despite their models. And now the big question mark arises. The words are very nice, and they appeal to everybody, the recipients and the new donors. But are we talking about large-scale coordination or harmonization of approaches between the providers in the South-South and North-South corridors? Maybe you are optimistic, but I'm a realist. I don't see a major potential in the current state of affairs. Do expect greater coordination and harmonization of approaches between the Western donors with the kind of ideological polarization that we see between the US and Europe, because Europeans are still fighting to prevent some people from coming to power, the people that have come to power in the US. Who will win from this harmonization? I think it is simply impossible to be talking about any beneficiaries unless we say that the assessors becomes smarter because there'll be less money. Yes, it used to become smarter in the past sometimes, but if you liquidate assistance agencies, if you downsize the jobs by thousands, then a big question mark arises whether you can become smarter if you downsize your HR, your personnel. I've been monitoring the USA since 2011, and I see that I wouldn't exaggerate. I wouldn't say that this is the end of American assistance in general. No, this is not the case. There have been periods in the history of this assistance. We're simply dealing with the administration that whatever it does in the assistance sphere, it does according to its own ideological views in its fight against its internal ideological adversaries. If you think this is the 4 years of Trump plus 8 years of Vance, yes, in theory this can be the case. But still, other people can come to power in this because they have elections. And then they'll have different convictions and different programs. So it's about the horizon. Are we talking about 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, or is it a longer time that we're discussing? And claiming that the Americans have left the architecture of assistance, no, this is not correct. A brief question about humanitarian reaction. You touched upon the humanitarian development nexus. That was quite popular in the 0 years. But then this trilateral approach, the humanitarian development peace nexus was implemented. So we need to focus on peace building to prevent conflicts. So the International Red Cross in your development, how much do you focus on this third element, on prevention? And how does this element interact with other organizations
задачи.
So it's not humanitarian reaction, but prevention of conflicts. Do you have this in your tasks? Yes, thank you very much for your question. I'll touch upon the trilateral nexus as well if we had more time. But overall, we have this on our plans as well. And this is related to many aspects to the promotion of international humanitarian law. The idea is that if uh, mm, mm, parties want to do something about the conflict, then the conflict will take less time to be regulated. If we see some atrocities and crime, then parties have more reasons not to come to a certain truce or peace agreement. So our efforts are focused on providing more conditions for signing peace treaties, peace agreements. But clearly, this is not the only initiative. We have also been working on the so-called what you call preparedness. You need to be prepared for future crises, which includes various areas. For instance, we've been implementing various methodologies for monitoring floods. For instance, we have such a project in Somalia, and we have been developing distributing certain recommendations for such cases in the exposed communities. That's as far as our preparation for future humanitarian crisis is concerned. Okay. Next speaker, please. Okay, in response to your question, I think that it is difficult to be discussing whether assistance is going down or going up, because it is quite difficult to take into account all the aspects, because various countries understand the assistance from various perspectives. There's no single standard. There's the OECD standard, there are certain national standards, and they differ. Even comparing assistance models, Chinese assistance and Western assistance, it is difficult to compare them. So I think that we should rather discuss redistribution of assistance funds rather than reduction. The funds will be redistributed, and then we need to ask ourselves, who would win from this? Well, maybe certain nation states will win from this. Okay, the national foreign policy of the US, for instance, will win from this. Why? Because it is now becoming more focused on obtaining profits rather than sustainable development, etc., etc. Clearly, this is open to discussion. You can argue against this, because some people say that Trump's policy is the policy of national sovereignty. Others say that the Trump policy is the policy of a person who has no idea of US national interests. But if talking about coming closer in South-South area, we believe that it will help non-Western countries to come closer to each other, to be able to cover the gap that has occurred after the reduction of traditional Western assistance. But stating that non-Western countries or the US or European countries will win, no. If you look at the distribution of funds, if you look at the global arena, you will see that the funds are distributed unevenly. So where the money flows, this money will not bring what recipients want it to bring. So most probably everybody will suffer, and who will win, we will see later. I think that the countries that will use this opportunity and will redistribute the funds in such a way that will serve their national interests, rather than the interest of a certain transnational corporation. Thank you very much. Colleagues? Other
Может,
questions?
у кого-то есть прогнозы, что у нас будет дальше? Может быть,
No?
все-таки вернется
Maybe
через несколько
someone
лет
would
у
like to
нас
offer a forecast. What we will
помощь
see in the future.
традиционных доноров,
Maybe
которая
something,
распределится
this assistance
обратно,
will
если это циклический процесс, или мы, наоборот,
return several
увидим
years. Maybe
дальнейшее
this is a
снижение,
cyclical
или, может быть,
process.
это достижение
Or are we going to
некоторых,
see
некоторой
further
платформы.
reduction in assistance?
А в
Or maybe
настоящий
it will
момент,
reach a certain plateau.
ну так, да, ресурсы, минералы, это
Yes,
всегда всем интересно.
res-
В принципе,
resources,
да, конечно.
minerals.
Если нет других желающих. По поводу
Yeah,
того,
okay,
что
all right.
ждет,
With your permission.
безусловно,
As regards
вопрос
what
опять-таки
we'll
в
expect,
горизонте,
what we
о
will
котором мы
expect.
говорим, но
Again,
вопросы действительно о том,
it's
мы
about
говорим
the
много о помощи, или
the
говорим
horizon,
обо
the
всем
the
спектре
period for the
инструментов
forecasting.
финансирования
And again,
развития,
I was discussing assistance
и
over the whole range of
инструментов
development
финансирования
instruments,
развития
development
и
tools,
внешних, и внутренних. Да? И вот как
and the
естественно,
instruments
об этом
for
будет много
funding
идти речь во второй
internal development
сессии.
and
Не
external
хочу
development.
говорить о
And we're going to
мобилизации
discuss this
внутренних
in
резервов, о
second session. So
налогообложении,
I will not talk about
реформировании и так далее.
mobilizing
Но
internal resources,
если мы
taxation,
будем говорить
reforms, etc.
о
But
внешних источниках финансирования,
speaking of
несомненно, роль
external sources of
помощи
funding,
будет
we
снижаться по
clearly see
определению.
that the role of
В
assistance
силу того,
will go
что
down
у
by
государств
definition,
современных вот этих в
because
условиях большего
present
противоборства
day
появляется гораздо
governments,
больше
in the context of greater
проблем,
uh,
на которые
conflicts,
нужны деньги,
have
и деньги очень
now many
большие.
more
Я
conflicts
не буду
which need
сравнивать
money and
и
big
говорить,
money.
насколько оправданы те
I
решения,
will not
которые
compare
принимаются
them,
в
and I will not
европейских
say
столицах, но
to
не
what extent
только. Мы можем, я не знаю,
decisions
Сингапур
made in
говорить,
European capitals are
по-моему, нет, да?
justified.
Уже не
Are we
будет.
going to
Я
discuss
боюсь,
Japan
сейчас
today?
даже
I don't
наоборот.
think
Ну,
Japan is
любой,
on the
да,
agenda.
сколько
Okay,
она
then.
собирается тоже вкладывать дополнительных
But let's
денег
take
в
Japan.
оборону и безопасность
How much is it going to
стратегических
invest
ВТР.
in
Происходит
defense
очень
and security in the
существенное
coming years? Or the
ужесточение
APAC?
политики военного противостояния.
We see a
В таких
serious
условиях,
uh,
при таких деньгах, которые
focus
нужны
on
на это,
military preparations.
обосновать
So,
перед
in these conditions,
меняющимся
and considering the money that it will take,
необходимость
it will be quite
предоставления
difficult to
помощи в таких
justify
объемах будет крайне
the
сложно.
need to provide assistance
И
in
в этом
the
плане весь вопрос, конечно,
previous
опять-таки
amounts
к бизнесу.
to your
Вот готов ли он будет
electorate, to your voters.
частные фонды,
And again, the question is to the business sector. Will the private sector, private funds, family foundations, Bill Gates has been discussing this a lot in the past years. Yes, the Gates Foundation is the biggest charity foundation that has billions of investments into assistance in Africa. So private charitable foundations will not be able to replace governments. They don't have the money. Simply don't have it. The private sector does have this money, but the business sector, as conflicts grow, will the business sector will go into any conflict areas, not just Africa. Some types of businesses, yes, but not any business. Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir.
Ставьтесь, пожалуйста.
Yes, Vyacheslav Yegorov, Diplomatic Academy. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the colleagues that have offered very interesting views on the existing state of affairs and discussed individual countries and their current approaches to provide assistance for development of African countries. I have a couple of comments. I would like to begin by reminding all of you that we have certain indicators. Traditional donors such as the US and European Union gave us the amount of assistance that they were ready to provide in total to implement individual programs for assistance in the development sector. And these are absolutely stunning numbers. Let me remind you that under the Joe Biden administration, when individual sub-areas for assistance were established in the US to provide assistance to Africa. Back then, we heard that they were ready to raise about $152 billion. That was the total amount of assistance that they were ready to invest in US dollars. Back then, Europe was also trying to keep abreast, but in a whole range of programs, Europe even came before America, was stronger than America in terms of assistance development for development. Europe, for instance, said they were ready to raise about 300 billion euros for these purposes. So it is quite interesting to observe if the trends which we have been discussing today and the trends that have been illustrated by the example of individual countries, if these trends continue and develop, then it would be quite interesting to see how this will affect these announced amounts of funding that these Western donors promised to provide to Africa. And my second comment is, and I fully agree with the statement that this trend which you are observing now is in many ways related to the geopolitical changes occurring worldwide. This increase in military spendings due to the latest international events and national trends. But I would like to remind that these big amounts that were announced, they were in many aspects related to the expectations of a boom, economic boom, demographic boom that will occur in Africa. A boom that would be able to that the African Free Trade Zone would be able to regulate and to keep under control. So it was the expectation of this boom that underlied programs for Western programs for assistance to Africa. So in addition to the geopolitical trends which do influence this situation, the question arises, do we see a certain correction, a certain change in the assessments of by the main Western Africa, main Western actors on the processes inside the African Free Trade Zone? To what extent is this free trade zone is capable of playing the role of a driver of pan-African economic processes, which will also determine the receiving of certain profits from certain economic projects in Africa. Thank you, Vyacheslav. Okay, we have taken 5 minutes from the coffee break. Okay, I suggest that we finalize our first session. I would like to thank all the participants of the first session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, dear participants. We would like to continue our dialogue about international aid and in Africa, about the changing architecture of this aid and assistance. So this is session number 2, and I hope we will do it in the same spirit. I was online when I'm listening to session number 1. So we now will be talking about alternative sources of financing. There will be China, presented by Mr. Usov. Turkey is also expected in our discourse, plus self-financing. It's the search for sources of financing in Africa, because Africa is the richest region in terms of resources and export of capital. So at the same time, it's one of the poorest regions in the world, and that's a paradoxical situation indeed. So I'd say 50-50 we have for our participation representing Africa in this session, and even some of our Russian participants are currently in Africa, so they will be presenting from the continent. We are very deep in this continent. We are not detached from it, and it's my pleasure to introduce our co-moderator as a prominent South African thinker, Dr. Ruslan Maher, from representing South Africa.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. So we will co-moderate the session. Yeah. Could you say some greetings as well? Yeah.
Of course. Greetings and good afternoon to everyone. I hope everyone can hear me as well. I'm assuming from the nods that's affirmative. So thanks very much, Dennis, for the introduction and for the session itself. I look forward also, having listened to the first session with not only keen interest, but a huge amount of learning that's being shared. And this is really something we need to increase so that we can gain the advantage of the new knowledge that's arising from the real dynamics surrounding us. As you correctly point out as well, this paradox requires further attention. If we truly want to seek alternatives, it's beholden upon us, in fact, it's incumbent upon us to get to the root causes of the contradictions, lest we ourselves become complicit in merely reproducing the combined and uneven world that we live in today. So I really look forward to all the presentations. It's a long session, and I don't want to take up more of the time. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate as well.
Thanks a lot, Rasigan, and we go to our first speaker, Pilani Mtembu. Pilani, we know that Pilani is Executive Director of Institute for Global Dialogue. He speaks a lot about global governance, right? But I would like to mention that he is one of the strongest scholars in analyzing development cooperation. We remember quite well his book, which was on comparison between Chinese aid to Africa and Indian aid. Dear Pilani, the floor is yours. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, colleagues. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
All right. I'm keeping the video off. And just to beforehand, also just to send an apology that unfortunately I won't be there for the whole session. I've listened the whole morning to the first session. However, at some point I would need to just drop off and join another meeting. But I think what I've really enjoyed is the opportunity to just exchange on a changing international development landscape. I think what's important to note, colleagues, is that when we look at the recent cuts of development cooperation from what may be called traditional partners, it's important to note that we come from an era where, you know, in the 80s, pretty much almost 90% and sometimes even more of the development cooperation or the official development assistance was coming from a very few select countries from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, particularly the Development Assistance Committee countries. And we've come a long way since those previous decades. What it meant previously with a dominance of the OECD DAC countries, it also meant that not only as sources of development cooperation, but they had a disproportionate influence in terms of how we thought about the state-society relations, the role of the private sector, and so forth. And they had a very influential role in terms of even the kind of development models that were being adopted by different countries throughout the world. And one of the major sources of friction for developing countries was what they referred to essentially as policy space, the ability to determine the kind of development models that they wish to pursue. Are they in line with their current development context? Much of the time it proved not, because it proved that much of the time when certain development models were being imposed from the outside on the basis of a disproportionate amount of development cooperation being provided, it often did not lead to the best outcomes. We've seen that countries that do well are countries that own their development model. They are countries that pursue development paths that are in line with their history, in line with their current context, in line with various cultural dynamics, but most importantly, also are able to apply material resources to their political priorities of the time. Now, we've come a long way in a sense that we've seen maybe not new actors as how we sometimes refer to as new actors, but if we take obviously a longer historical perspective, I mean, these are not really new actors. I mean, countries like China, India, countries like Russia, these are not necessarily new actors. But I think what's important is that they have reasserted themselves in the development space in the last few decades. So even countries like South Africa have development cooperation programs through the African Renaissance Fund, but also through multiple government departments, which all have an international relations office, essentially. So in the case of South Africa, you have various structures. You've got your your African Renaissance funds, but then you've also got concessional financing tools through your Development Bank of Southern Africa, your Industrial Development Corporation. And what we've seen in the last few decades is that countries from the global south have become a much more important source of development cooperation, no longer just recipients of development cooperation, but they've really become sources. And with that, they have also played a role in actually impacting even how the countries we refer to as traditional sources of development cooperation conduct their activities. So blended finance, we see, for instance, a much growing role of that. But I think what's important going forward is if we look at the reaction of many countries in Africa, but perhaps in other parts of the world, to the complete slashing of US aid. In previous decades, I think it would have elicited much more emotive responses. But because these countries, I think, or at least because there has been some of these changes over the last few decades, it has meant that most countries are no longer interested in an approach which makes them dependent on traditional aid. So the discussion in many policy circles is how do you mobilize resources from non-traditional sources? How do you tap into things like closing the gaps when it comes to your illicit financial flows, for instance, which we know that in Africa alone, close to 90 billion per annum is lost through illicit financial flows. And the problem there is that when many people think about illicit financial flows, they tend to think that it is purely a result of government corruption. Whereas, yes, that might be part of the narrative or part of the reality, but a huge part of it is the inability of states to actually get their fair share of tax that is supposed to be coming into the state coffers from multinational corporations that are operating in Africa. Now, when that is the context, then we have to ask ourselves, in order to tap into alternative sources of finance, it becomes absolutely important to build up the capabilities of states to actually regulate the role of multinational corporations, especially in the extractive sector, but also it becomes important to build up the capabilities of African states to also utilize the resources that they have towards developmental approaches or towards developmental initiatives. And we've seen this is obviously going to be a key area when it comes to your critical minerals, when it comes to seeing the role that Africa plays in the global value chains, when it comes to new industries, but also when it comes to climate change and climate technologies. And so if the continent is able to build up the capabilities of our states and the state apparatus to mobilize resources appropriately to finance development initiatives, I think that is one of the things that are going to remain critical. Because in as much as, yes, we criticize, let's say, different models of aid, one of the biggest challenges, I think, in recent times is that the model of aid did not always lead to capable states on the continent. And so when states were not capable, funds also flowed to other non-state actors on the continent, at times for good reasons and valid reasons, but at times not so much. And I think it becomes important with new actors, with non-traditional actors, to work on sharing experiences around building capable, functioning states that are able to finance development. And if we do that, then I think we'll be able to mobilize the kind of resources that can propel Africa's development. So colleagues, let me stop there and thank you again for the
Thanks a lot, Pilani. I heard some keywords like blended finance, critical minerals, value chains, etc. Right? And it was interesting you mentioned that such countries like Russia, India, and China, like all new donors, are not just emerging donors. Thanks a lot for your intervention, and we go further on. Probably, Rasigan, you know better the next speaker than me, probably, because like Daria, she is always in field studies in South Africa, right? Probably, could you present our next speakers? Yeah.
To note that Professor Zelenova is actually just on a ridge, 2 ridges away from me in the center of the city of Tshwane.
You are not in neighborhoods, you are far from each other, right, within South Africa now?
Just 2 ridges, in other words, 2 hills away from me in the same city. So I think that's a good introduction as well. And it's welcome to Daria, who is the head of the Center for the Study of African Strategy at the BRICS Institute of African Studies in the Russian Academy of Sciences. Yeah, so we look forward to your contribution, Daria. I mean, especially on this topic itself, and as it's emerging, as we heard from Pilani as well, it's a conversation that certainly needs deepening from our experience of the reality as it's presenting itself. Thank you very much for
Thank you, dear colleagues. Всем добрый день. Can we please have a presentation? Because I'm actually presenting together with my colleague, who is in the room, Ekaterina Abramova. And thank you for this kind introduction. Dear Rasigan, I'm not a professor yet. I'm just a doctor. And I'm actually very much privileged to be in South Africa again, to speak to wonderful scholars. So today, what we're gonna do with Katya is we're gonna briefly show our starting research on aid, on South Africa's role as an emerging donor. And it would be a bit risky for us to speak in front of Pilani and Rasigan, because you know much more about this topic than we do. But we also would like to listen to your comments and foster this interesting discussion that might follow after this second session. So let me briefly talk about South Africa's role. As it was already noted, South Africa is an emerging donor of aid and a recipient, and plays an important role here. And as it has been shown in the research by South African colleagues, and especially I would like to highlight the article written by Pilani Mutembu in a wonderful book that we have read, there is a certain philosophy that drives South Africa engagement in global development cooperation, and I think that it is very important to see what actually drives a state. When state wants to establish a certain agency and become a donor of aid, what are the motives? South Africa's role in development agenda setting has been promoting humanitarian relief and peace building, promotion of good governance and democracy. Also to note that South Africa as a donor is using different platforms, as it was said by Pilani, including multilateral ones. For example, we know that South Africa considers the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, as the principal body for coordination, policy review, policy dialogue, and recommendations on economic and social development. We know that South Africa has been active in ECOSOC. It was elected 3 times as a member, and the new membership starts in 2026. We know that South Africa is also working within IPSA. We know about IPSA Fund, which facilitates South-South cooperation through funding development.
We still have the first slide.
I know. I know, yeah, through funding development projects. So South Africa contributes strategically to this fund, and according to fund statistics, it disburses in total over $44 million to support 35 development projects in 31 countries. So this shows that South Africa has a good profile for trilateral cooperation and development. But how and whether this potential can be attributed within BRICS, and especially within NDB, National Development Bank of BRICS, this is an open question. So we can go to the first slide, which shows the main agency of South Africa's development cooperation, African Renaissance and International Cooperation Fund. So it shows how it works on the left-hand side. And basically, it should be also said that South Africa frames development as one of its strategic foreign policy tracks. The Department of International Relations and Cooperations, DIRCO, has a strategic plan for 2025-2030, where it emphasizes aligning foreign policy with national development goals, focusing on strengthening international partnerships that contribute to domestic, regional, continental, and global stability. So the development aid is both a practical mechanism and diplomatic tool for South Africa to promote its national and regional interests. We also know that for the past years, there has been a discussion about whether actually African Renaissance and Cooperation Fund is a good tool, a successful tool or instrument for South African government to promote aid. And in this presentation, we have highlighted certain areas of African Renaissance and Cooperation Fund activities. And my colleague Katya will talk about this, about their activities in details. But just to say that the priorities of this new, of this African Renaissance and Cooperation Fund include promotion of South Africa's development agenda, provision of humanitarian assistance, prevention and resolution of conflicts, capacity building and support of peace building and socio-economic development on the African continent. If we go to the next slide, which shows how how actually small South African contribution is in terms of aid with comparison to other countries. On the left-hand side, you can see development assistance provided by fund and some other important donors, and you can see that it's relatively small. Also on the right-hand side, you see some fresh statistics that we obtained from the fund, how funds are redistributed, and what is approved by the parliament, and what are the other investments. The next slide, please, aid allocation. I think this pie is very interesting to look at, because it shows that African Renaissance Fund aid allocation is quite explicit. Humanitarian assistance comprises 75%. And we have also 12% for socioeconomic development and integration, some 8% for prevention and resolution of conflicts. And also there is a map, of that shows where actually the money goes, where the fund, which countries ARF is funding. Next slide, please. I have already mentioned that humanitarian assistance plays a crucial role. And also it would be interesting what we have done here, and I hope that Katya will take this explanation further. I think it was interesting to look at the recent report of the fund to see actually where they sent their money and whether this funding is, how to say, appropriate, and what are the outcomes of this funding. We found some funny, sorry to say this word funny, but some also interesting maybe insights from the report when South Africa funded training of the policeman in the Central African Republic, which was also part of this ARF sort of mission. So Katya, I will stop here and will please continue with your insights.
Катя, где-то 4 минуты, да, где-то так.
Скажите, слышно? Да. Thank you. I would like to add that as the amount of aid allocations budget of the African Renaissance Fund is extremely limited, so fund is focused mainly on providing technical and humanitarian assistance, as it was mentioned. For example, technical assistance in public management, good governance, etc., without direct financing in socio-economic development of partner countries. And so at some point, it also determines geography of aid allocations by fund concentrated mainly in one region, particularly in African continent. Можно несколько слайдов перелистать? Я, наверное, к основным выводам. Так. Следующий слайд. Here you can see geography of allocations and depending on different programs implemented by the fund. So the main challenges that we should mention There have been discussions since the mid-2000s concerning reforming of the South African international development cooperation system that is decentralized with a great number of players engaged. And it implies miscoordination, delays, and bureaucratic red tape. And I mean, first of all, coordination between Department of International Relations and Cooperation with African Renaissance Fund as its entity, and National Treasury, whose concurrence is to be received to approve the implementation of a project. So it's a common practice that implementation of some projects would be still under consideration till the end of financial year, and therefore the target would not be achieved. And so the target achievements of the fund in the recent report 23-24 financial year was about 50%, including due to such delays in the issuing of concurrence letters by the National Treasury. And so bureaucratic delays have been manifested even in the process of creating a separate agency, the South African Development Partnership Agency, that has been lasted for almost 15 years. And actually, we still don't have up-to-date information regarding progress in this process. Besides, there are other government departments engaged in international development cooperation, for example, are responsible for higher education and providing educational grants, government agency, national financial institutions, for example, Development Bank of Southern Africa. And so the absence of a coordinating center reduces not only efficiency, but also visibility of development cooperation efforts, not only externally, but also internally within the country. So this is expressed in the absence of complete and reliable statistic data on resources provided by the South Africa for the purposes of international development cooperation, where the share of African Renaissance Fund actually is less than approximately 5%. So here comes the problem of definitions of development assistance and approach within South-South cooperation, which, as it was mentioned, which does not fit into the Western model of ODA, donor, recipient, partner. But nevertheless, you can see it on this slide. If we're talking about international development cooperation in its broad sense, the potential of South Africa is obviously underestimated because of incomplete statistics. Можно следующий слайд? So let us refer to the example of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, responsible for providing development financing both at national and at regional levels, but its activities are not displayed in statistics of Southern African foreign assistance because of its low concessionality. And this is a significant mechanism for promoting not only development, as you can see on this slide, but also the economic integration of the continent through the financing of various infrastructure projects. So we can say that it plays a complementary role in international development policy of South Africa, allocating real financial resources for purposes of socio-economic development, while, as I mentioned, African Renaissance Fund, as a common practice, is limited to provide technical and humanitarian assistance with a much more modest budget. And so the last point and the last slide. So we can we mentioned about IPSA, India, Brazil, South Africa as one of the most prominent examples of triangular cooperation within BRICS with funds Africa Facility for Poverty and Hunger Elevation, focused primarily on least developed countries. And so just to conclude, I would like to conclude with the following question for discussion. As it was stated in the recent BRICS Summit declaration in Rio, BRICS countries continue to play a pivotal role in voicing the concerns and priorities of the Global South. So we can argue about transformation of BRICS identity from a club of the most successful and prominent emerging economies towards an inclusive dialogue platform to promote the concerns of the whole global South. And so there comes a question concerning development coordination within BRICS, especially possible role of a new development bank. And so will it retain its function of financing the development of relatively solvent and middle income and economies such as South Africa, Egypt, Algeria in Africa? And could it expand the field of its activity, finance the development of least developed countries or low income countries, and being integrated in a triangular cooperation model within BRICS, especially with a contribution of South African expertise regarding African continent, as it was demonstrated on the example of the African Renaissance Fund. So that's all we wanted to say. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Ekaterina and Daria. Dear Rasigan, any comments as you are insider, South African development cooperation, right? Any impression? Yeah.
Thanks very much, colleagues. And also, just to be brief and to keep the pace moving, I think something that's quite important is recognizing these institutions, as correctly pointed out by Katya and Daria, and they have specific purposes defined for them constitutionally. As a consequence of that, even though we may read into it wider impacts, etc., the example being the Development Bank of Southern Africa, which is a development finance institute, and as such, its assistance, which is discounted in terms of infrastructure support, is not necessarily counted as official donor assistance. Those are technicalities itself, but I think the broader impact of what's being presented, the link between the empirics and us needing to modify the definitions that we use becomes very clear in the presentation itself. So I'm very grateful to the colleagues for having done the work. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Dear colleagues, let's move on. Anastasia Yatachkova. We have mentioned new donors, and I think that China is one of such donors. Anastasia, you have the floor. Yes, you can speak English or you can speak Russian, but please don't speak Chinese. Many people here understand China, but not all. My slides are in English, so let me speak in English too.
The specifics of China's aid policy towards African countries under Xi Jinping. First of all, I would like to say that actually China, as it is considered a new donor, but China itself says that it's still helping African countries since 50s and 60s, so they have quite a long history of mutual communication. And I think a new discussion that started considering China was due to USAID policy, and actually the fact that USAID is leaving Africa, and the discussions were whether China would substitute actually Western donors, or at least the United States, in some specific fields or not. And usually when we're considering China, actually we are looking at the fact that China was a very pragmatic and is a very pragmatic donor who's invested in infrastructure, financing energy sector, and at least extent is involved into humanitarian aid, medicine, or education, or some other issues that are more traditional for Western donors. And actually, before this seminar, I've read quite an interesting research where the author is comparing Chinese experience with Norwegian one, and there was a statement that actually Norway at some point was also investing into infrastructure, but then they moved to institutions. And actually another joke I liked was that if you want to actually understand how pragmatic transactional approach can be, look at Chinese policy, aid policy in Africa for the last 20 years. I mean, that is a recommendation for the United States and Donald Trump's administration, because China was quite pragmatic. One of the issues and one of the specifics that I'm more than sure all of the experts here are aware of is that Chinese understanding and Chinese approach to aid is different in terms of wording and understanding of aid if compared to OECD. Actually, China is including a high spectrum of different activities, including consensual loans that have, for instance, and other programs that are including finance that are not, for instance, in OECD framework. That's what we should take into account while talking about China. Also, quite a new trend under Xi Jinping especially is that China is promoting aid under the overall framework of its policy and ideological framework, actually, win-win cooperation, commitment for shared future, etc. And I liked actually the example that I found in the news about Kenya, because the ambassador, actually the Chinese ambassador in Kenya, was commenting on the aid that China provided to the local school that suffered from natural disaster from flood. And they mentioned that actually there is community of shared future, and the countries should be with each other not only in good situations but also when they're suffering from losses. So all this is quite difficult for China. Unfortunately, I've just noticed that there is no presentation.
Слайды,
Yeah.
можно, да, вот у
Да,
нас
можно
слайды,
слайды,
да,
пожалуйста.
да.
So another important thing about China is that China is actually establishing itself and naming itself as the largest of G20 countries involved into debt restructuring. And it is very interconnected with the aid issues because actually one of the problems that China is facing in terms of African countries due to the fact that China is considering loans, and especially consensual loans, as a part of aid policy and kind of special loans that are provided to African countries as a part of aid policy. One of the issues that China is criticized for is, of course, debt traps and the fact that African countries are suffering from the situation when they have to deal with these concessions. Also, there is lack of transparency, and this is connected to the fact that there is an obligation usually in terms of Chinese aid in order to buy Chinese goods or to actually hire Chinese workers, and why this makes all the situation not really transparent, because this payment comes often to internal Chinese accounts, and if it is an internal Chinese account or account in Chinese state bank, it's not really easy to follow all these cash flows. Another problem with Chinese aid is, of course, that there is not much data open, and so usually we can look at official Chinese data in a systemic sense when China publishes white papers, and one of the latest white papers was published in 2021, and the data they presented are of 2018. Basically, almost 10 years has passed, and that's why usually when we try to follow some concrete figures with Chinese policy, we have to look at official statements or to Western institutions or some other institutions that are trying to collect their own databases and follow these trends. So one of them is Chinese Loans to Africa database, and I hope I will have a chance to show you the slides, and also, for instance, how China lends. They also follow this trends. So just some figures that could show the achievements and kind of the facts about Chinese aid. It is considered that at least 26 parliamentary buildings and offices are мы сейчас на четвертом слайде, если что, were built with Chinese finances, no fewer than the 32 military and police facilities, and 19 foreign affairs ministry offices, 14 critical intergovernmental telecommunication networks. So this basically means, and sometimes China is also criticized for it, that a large part of governmental facilities are built on Chinese money, and it could give some additional leverage to Chinese negotiators, or at least there is a space for corruption, or maybe some practices that African politicians also won't like, but still the situation is like this. Also, we won't talk about it much, but China is not only investing into Africa via bilateral basis, but also via multilateral institutions and especially banks. And among them, we could name African Development Bank, BRICS Development Bank, and Asian Development Bank at a lesser extent. And there are also special programs that actually work especially to support African initiatives. For instance, it was stated on official website that by the end of 2023, about 15 projects had been approved, and there is a part of Chinese money as well. Just within the discussion that there is an attempt of China to somehow step into the space of traditional donors. There was a news recently in March, 2025 that partially China and South Korea invested into Africa Center for Disease Control $4 million, and previously this center was supported by the United States. And just again some trends. Можно, пожалуйста, с 7-го слайда, наверное, мы посмотрим. So these are trends that were published by China Africa Research Initiatives, and basically as aid expenditures, foreign trade, and like China-Africa trade, and all these indicators are interconnected. The further slide would also show this. So these are the trends for foreign aid expenditure. Можно следующий, пожалуйста? This is basically Chinese loans commitments to Africa, and there is a special attention to Angola in this particular project. Можно дальше. This is also a trend that describes the bilateral trade. Then давайте дальше пропустим, наверное. Then there would be FDIs, and also the slide 11, можно, пожалуйста? This is the slide I wanted to pay attention to, because there is a trend with number of Chinese workers in Africa, and we see quite a strong declining trend from 2020, which at least continues up to 2023. And this is partially, of course, and mainly connected to COVID, but still it's also quite important to understand it in terms of the general framework of Chinese aid in Africa and bilateral cooperations. И давайте следующий. Так, мне нужно заканчивать, я думаю, да? And So basically, I think I can send you the slides in order to follow the major trends. Maybe let's 15, можно, пожалуйста? Yeah, and actually, as for database Chinese loans to Africa, there is detailization. If you are interested, and I can also send you the link. So basically, which spheres these loans are linked to, and if we analyze the general trends, we would see that China and actually this loan situation is mostly happening in the spheres of energy, infrastructure, and telecommunication, which are the major spheres that China is interested in. And just to sum up, there was a question from RIAC about infrastructure and actually how China is managing its policy. And even as I understood, there was a statement that China would be trying to put less money into African infrastructure. Well, officially, still China supports the initiatives, and China has special plans in terms of African infrastructure, but we do see some limitations that are connected mostly to Chinese internal situation and the fact that China is experiencing bad tendencies in its own economy, and has to bear in mind how it spends money, and also due to and another reason is of course the situation with the debts and the fact that some African countries cannot repay them, and this is also a threat for Chinese international reputation. That's why they try to manage this situation and make it more practical and more pragmatic. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anastasia. Several years ago, we organized a kind of debate on Chinese aid to Africa, and from one side we had critical thinkers, Western critical thinkers like Patrick Bond, and then Padre Carmody, and the other one was Jan Taylor. And all of them were rather critical on Chinese policy in Africa, closer to like neo-colonial, etc. But from the other side, we had Russian scholars in Africa, right? Russian scholars on China in Africa, like Tatiana Lazarevna Deitch, she is the strongest scholar from Institute for African Studies. Then Evgeny Nikolaevich Grachikov, right, who specializes on Chinese strategy in Russia, and all of them were vice versa positive. In this regards, Rasigan, I know you like a critical thinker, right? What is your perception of Chinese aid? Yeah.
And thanks, Anastasia, for an excellent presentation as well. A good balance between the facts that's being presented and trying to make sense of what this all means for us. We also see a dynamic in terms of things changing over time. As you correctly point out, as the circumstances in world systems change, then the domestic responses are influenced by that. And we're also seeing significant learning from amongst the countries participating in world systems. As a consequence, what you call practical and pragmatic is, in fact, I would suggest a reflection back on the realities that's being experienced itself. And we need to be quite careful, especially about using definitions around aid which are linked to former colonial countries and their relationships with former colonized territories itself. The extent to which this reproduces and extends unequal exchange has to be factored in. And here's where the huge difference is with the BRICS Plus countries not carrying the same legacy forward. So we really need to be careful about merely using lazy analysis that defines itself on a previous era and bring it into our current to describe things which are absolutely changing. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Rasigan. And we go further on. The next presenter is from Ethiopia, Ethiopian Economics Association, Dr. Abule Ивана Дмитриевичу, да, наверное, Михаре, Abule Mihare. Doctor, are you with us? Yeah, the floor is yours. Welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you see my slides? I thought I have shared my slides.
Yes, we can see your slides.
Wonderful. Okay. I think I have to make it full screen. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Abule. I'm a senior economist and researcher at the Ethiopian Economics Association. And I thank you for the invitation, and I'm very much delighted to be part of this discussion. The topic I'm going to present is on search for internal sources and internal source of financing for African development. Of course, some of the points I'm going to raise here and there are also presented by other presenters as well. So I will not make much time repeating what has been said. So my presentation I will just briefly talk about the context, the existing reality in Africa, and particularly in Ethiopia, and then the reality on the ground as an African. And because we have been working on a quick assessment to think about how can we think differently to tackle the existing budget cuts specifically for Ethiopia and other African countries. So what alternatives are there to cope with the challenges, the current challenge, because we have seen messes here and there in terms of shutdown of different CSOs, humanitarian associations, humanitarian agencies, and layoff of employees from different organizations and so forth. So we were working on the same topic to find out how, to look for a potential solution, or to come up with a recommendation to say, okay, what shall we do? This is already happening. So just to give you a background, of course, you already mentioned that the global ODA, Official Development Assistance, is expected to decline, and it is also declining by 17% in 2025. And the largest donors, specifically France, Germany, UK, and the US, particularly for Africa. And this is historical in the sense that these four major donors are simultaneously cutting direct assistance to most African countries. So LDCs, specifically African countries, are expected to experience even more than that cut, like 25% of fall.
Sorry, we don't see your slides, right? We see your, but no slides actually.
Not my slides. Okay, let me.
Yes, no, your slides.
I think let me reshare my slides back.
You started to share, but then it disappeared, or.
Oh, okay. Maybe I can mute my video and then I can share my. Sorry, time.
Abule, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, great.
I'm sorry, so I'm taking time.
Yeah, now we can see it. Yeah.
I think you can see my slides. Yeah.
Is
so
the first the context, the slide with context, the context.
Yes, exactly. Most African countries specifically are going to face more than 25% fall in bilateral ODA. So I think this topic of thinking differently in terms of okay, what shall we do? And if these cuts are already there, and it is expected to continue in the future. So how if African countries to renovate and think differently to cope this particular issue. But Africans, as an African, we are always talking and crying of the cutting in bilateral or multilateral donors' income or donors' money. But in terms of real issue, this is according to the Global Financial Integrity. Every year, there is more than 2 trillion net wealth extraction, and they also call it the neo-colonial wealth extraction from the global south. So this is a net wealth extraction that is going from the global south to the global north, meaning that Africans in most developing countries, they are not supposed to be really dependent on the ODA or the direct assistance. Rather, there is a need for a negotiating hand for the politicians and for those policymakers who are trying to negotiate for different funders, because there are a number of promises on climate change and Great Climate Fund and others, but they are not committed. Therefore, the Africans are rich in terms of resources. For instance, if you take Ethiopia, from the global value chain, the Ethiopian farmer with no infrastructure at all, I would say, but all other actors in the global coffee value chain are making millions and millions of income. But that income is not really translated into the farmer who is exactly producing that aromatic and very, very good stimulant crop. So there needs to be this change, a fair trade change. It's not in the form of ODA. So that is how we Africans need to think differently. For the Ethiopian context, it is even harsh because this budget cut came in when we are in a complex socio-economic political challenges. There are so many domestic conflict in the country, and the public debt is soaring, and it is now about 39% of our GDP. And out of that, 20% is external debt. And we also do have more than 20 million people who need direct humanitarian assistance. So within all these challenges, now we are facing a global budget cut. So that is really devastating for the entire economy. And this story is not only for workers, not only for Ethiopia, it also works for other African countries. So to just see some of the realities, ODA has been consistently, I would say the trend is consistently increasing for the past decades, because it was about by 2015, it was about 3.8 billion, now more than 57 billion. There was a drastic increment in ODA that is also making the African economies very much dependent on ODA. So that is actually, from the economic perspective, that is developing dependency for the economy. So just bringing in the forecasters, the change in ODA cuts, because it is expected like between 16 and 28%. In both cases anyways, there will be a drastic fall in ODA cuts, particularly for Ethiopia, and that works also for the rest of Africa. So if you look at where is this ODA going, by reality like sectoral distribution of the ODA or the budget cut, and it is mainly for humanitarian aid. And I can recall somebody was presenting, I don't remember the name, but the ODA or the assistance is coming in the form of this kind of support, like a humanitarian aid, health aid, agriculture. These are mostly short-term and temporary. So they are not really changing the structure of the entire economy. And these African countries will always remain dependent on aid, because if, for instance, you remember the Ethiopian Great Renaissance Dam, that kind of project that can bring a significant change in the economy was not supported by any of the donors globally. Then that is what we did for ourselves, so that we can bring structural change in our economy. But this humanitarian aid is coming like small amount of money that is mainly consumables that are not really changing the community. So you can also see the major
2 minutes, 2 more minutes.
Okay. Yeah. So there is a global change, and other presenters were really also presenting on that. the donor priorities is also changing. There are cascading impacts of these cuts, the health, the food security, women empowerment, and human rights as well. So there are also some adaptive strategies proposed based on our quick assessment. The first one is for Africans. We need to have our own income generating units for all the activities in our economy, alternative staffing, and others as well as at the organizational level. But at the government level, there must be a resource prioritization. So we have to change the structural form of the economy itself. So change our economy into more productive, invest in value addition so that we can retain the wealth, we can retain the investment back to our economy. And the other is diversify partnership, like now the developing BRICS, and think about the new development bank and make advantage of this kind of new diversified donors, so that donors in terms of changing the structure of the economy. And maybe the government also needs some legal and fiscal reforms in their own economic context, all African countries. Then we need also to strengthen coordination and planning across economies in Africa based on the African Continental Free Trade Era framework and others. So the donor development, the developing partners who are upcoming need to think about changing the structure of the economy rather than depending on a consumable type of support that is very, very temporary. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Abule. You know, you told us about many challenges of Ethiopia, actual challenges, but for example, South Africa also has a lot of challenges, but still, I hope you have heard to the presentation by Daria and Ekaterina that Ethiopia is also South Africa is a donor country. So how do you think, what are the perspectives for Ethiopia to be at least a regional donor country?
Yeah, thank you very much. And one of our recommendations, because I was rushing quickly, one of our recommendation was to think about African philanthropies. So bring in our private sector to act strongly to support what has been done by external donors. That is very much possible. Once with that, we can also transform our economy, invest on our own resources, like transform our agriculture, transform the industrial sector so that we can earn more revenue, so that we can also support other neighboring countries as well. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Dear Rasigan, any comments on Ethiopia being recipient donor, especially as now Ethiopia is BRICS member, right? Is more responsibility for regional and global issues. Yeah.
So thanks very much, Abul. And also, colleagues, as we've noted, Ethiopia is not just a member of the BRICS Plus community, but is also a significant home to a number of African people. In other words, it's a significant demographic node on our continent itself. And because of that, I would really encourage for us to break out of the neo-colonial wealth extraction model requires for us to think about the world in a different way. And because of this, there's a lot of effort being placed, and I know that Ethiopia is involved in this, which is humanitarian assistance as well, in the neighborhood that it occupies. Being able to translate the exchange of knowledge, of ways of doing things, of encouraging the types of linkages that will integrate our economies on a continental level. These are significant contributions that unfortunately are not monetized. And these are things that I would really encourage that we continue and we do more of. I hope this helps our discussion also going forward, Abul. It doesn't mean that we always just have to expect the private sector. There's a lot of good that the public sector itself needs to do on the mandate of the peoples that it represents. Thank you.
We're moving on. Our next speaker is Andrei Fyodorov, the Doctor of Economics, lead researcher in sphere of investments. and investment potential of Africa and banking sector. Andrei, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I would like to share my presentation. Just I use the bigger fonts to make my presentation more visible. Daughters and dear colleagues, just I would like to share this report with you. That's the financial agency model of sub-Saharan Africa. So we are talking about financial agency, like in the mode of operation. If you take Webster's dictionary, then it reads as follows. Accordingly, you could find a subject, so subjectness, a subject meaning that being a subject of a certain activity or acting as an agent, according to the Russian lexicon. Right, now I want to focus on this African agency status as defined by Mr. Diktorov, a prominent scholar, because the discourse is quite big, but in Russia it has not expanded yet. But back to this African agency status as a conceptualization of the dependent in its development of the continent and the context between agent and structural problem in international relations that helps through a constructive dialogue to more realistically translate the key features of international relations on the continent. So, and it is a multi-tier nature. It's also linked to international expertise, also political behavior of African countries at various levels of implementation, national, international, global, because all the levels are interconnected. Let's look now at the financial agent status that can be read as the capacity to independently formulate financial politics for the state at all the levels and also implement these financial policies, the financial security and financial sovereignty. So there is difference between financial agency, financial security, and financial sovereignty. So now I would like to invite you to look at the public debt of sub-Saharan countries. So we have the gross national income, that's 1,955 billion, and external debt would be 664 billion. It's 170% vis-a-vis export, and it's 44% vis-a-vis national income. Then if we look at debt servicing, that would be 16 for export and also 4% for gross national income. In fact, there is no single instrument to measure the entire continent. We have 54 states. Each and every country has its own system of governance, has social and economic conditions. Just I'd like to underline that the key creditor among all sub-Saharan countries is the group of international multilateral institutions, and then we have 41% for private with South Africa being the leader. So as for bilateral sector, then we have only 19%, and then France is the major leader, then China, India. These are the countries, the key creditors for sub-Saharan Africa. So, and these are the debts that are held in before the multilateral organizations. And it's International Monetary Fund Now let's look at the breakdown of the structure. So these are 43% for South Asia, and that sees as a link to the multilateral international organizations. Then we have Latin America, they have 26% only, and that is for Sub-Saharan Africa. So I just decided to pinpoint on 3 examples. Nigeria, 51%, and apologize for this, for only picking 3 countries, but right, next country is Egypt, and the third country is South Africa, and we see the financial international institutions are represented by the International Monetary Fund with a share of 4%. So that's the debt structure for African countries, and we see that the international multilateral institutions being major creditors in that respect. So just let's look at this stronger economies and right, and it's just weaker economies. As an example, I decided to pick 3 states. First, Burkina Faso, they have 89%, then Eritrea 63%, and Central African Republic so stands at 67% as debt to World Bank. So let's talk about this global level of financial agency. What is there that can be done to improve this agency status of Africa at the international level? So we have been broadly discussed the reforms in the system of special rights that have been issued by the International Monetary Foundation. So these are the quotas that are determined under the Triffin formula, and when it was adopted, it was aimed to actually align all the contradictions. So that paradox was born in 1969. And however, when this recent distribution took place with 616 billion, then African countries received 34 millions, and G7 countries received more than $200 million. And again, that's yet another sign and indication of inequality, because these financial instruments are issued in order to maintain the budget deficit of certain countries. Now we can also look at this agenda that is being put forward today, and just this lag between global North and global South. So not through the agreements with the financial institutions and also with the special borrowing rights mechanism. This mechanism, this borrowing mechanism, could be used in order to reduce the level of indebtedness in African countries. So if it's say out of the 650 billions, we could have at least 1/3 for African countries. This would have improved the situation, and then Africa could have been able to repay at least 30% of the entire debt amount. Next, we're talking about the representation of African countries in other organizations and major platforms. So now we have this borrowing structure that's brought down by the regions.
Так, это я пропустил, что ли? Как-то с опозданием идет.
Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, is you can see this column on the right hand side. So there's the international reserves. Actually, they are they're smaller if compared, the lower if compared to other countries. Then they received this 34 billion that we saw that the share of sub-Saharan Africa reached 20%. Again, when we look at this distribution of monetary fund, we believe that new rules should be adopted because the current mechanism is outdated, and that this is not only my personal opinion, this is actually the current debate that we can see in the world today. Next, the continental level of financial agencies are using the not independent sources of financing that such as the reparation foundation that was announced during the 46th session of the African Union within this 2025 agenda and development of the Pan-African payment system, also the setting Pan-African regulatory institutions in accordance with Article 19 of the African Constitution, the African 2063 agenda, setting up the African Central Bank, African Investment Bank, African Monetary Bank. So it has been already established that the African Credit Rating Agency is up and running. So finally, this building equal relations between African financial institutions and international financial institutions in order to repay debts. And again, we see some collisions between Pan-African and African institutions as to the rights to reclaim debts as for the preferred creditor status. And national level and regional level. As for the regional levels, I will not develop it, but I will just shift to the national levels and to optimize the portfolio and also to reduce the share of each and every borrower up to 20%, and also need to remove the status of the preferred creditor. Next, the digitalization and the regulation of the digital market, because this will help become independent of reserve currencies. Next, we see that the formulation of financial and economic policies, and they should not try and substitute these consultancies or advice and vision that can be shared by international companies. I think that the financial agencies just will lead a path towards African independence. Thank you very much. So actually, I have shared some data from the World Bank, and also you mentioned that there's high competition between Pan-African institutions and Western institutions, and I think it's Anastasia who has told us about Chinese role in this process. So interestingly, we have this 80% or 89% as a share for international aid. But what about Chinese? I mean, is the Chinese role factored into the statistics or not? Yes, they have. I have included China, so the pie chart that I showed. So we have the sub-Saharan Africa as a region, and then China's. I mean, I wouldn't call them an investment, which is a China-related borrowings. They count for 11%. So yes, China's proportion is factored in, and it has significantly increased. Let's say France went down from 5 to 2% only recently. It just during the first session, we talked about this diminishing volume of financial aid that goes to Africa. Yes, that's correct, but it's been already taken up by China. So I would call it redistribution rather than the removal of aid. Say France, for instance, France withdrew its funds from Morocco and Burkina Faso. So that's France has not left the continent, just as redistributed its funds towards other regions and other areas. And I think just if one region, one area is taken as a priority, then all countries will try and help. So that's why at the national level, we see that specific states actually do not reduce their budgets, rather they redistribute the allocation of funds. And in this respect, China has been considered as one of a competitor for, say, the promotion of infrastructure projects. So in the infrastructure sector, China is actually far ahead other states in Africa.
Спасибо большое. And we go to one more country which is not yet a member or even partner of BRICS, but still is Ghana. Dr. Daniel Agboka Zegede. Dear Dr. Daniel, are you with us? Yeah. Yeah, great. Yeah, floor is yours. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you all. My name is Daniel Agboka Jegede, a management consultant and a member of the think tank Voter Development Forum. Yeah. Before I begin my presentation, I want to stand on a profound statement made by my former president, the first president of Ghana in 1957, when he said, "The independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked with the total liberation of Africa." Today, I stand on that to declare that Africa, it is time for economic and technological emancipation. Ghana as a leading figure in Africa, we have always been thinking of how can we match up with others in the Asia, Europe, and then Russia. Recently, my president made another profound statement at United Nations General Assembly, where he said that Africa must take charge of its own destiny and affair to start resetting agenda pathway. And I'm happy today, Russia International Council Affair, this is a nice forum for us to espouse what Africa need. But before then, I've also realized that for some time now, the Russia has been too careful and slowly towards Africa. Why am I saying this? After post-independence of Ghana, our first president, Dr. Osagyefo Nkrumah, shifted his attention to the Eastern Bloc, by then USSR, where in terms of cooperation, mutual transfer of ideas and industrialization, things were going on well. But at the point, the CIA tried to pull him down because he was thinking big. Like Africa or Ghana at this time should have been a stage with Singapore or Malaysia, but because of the Western ideological agenda towards Africa to divide us, that is why we find ourselves in this situation by relying on too much aid, too much dependency on the aid. So in brief, that's what I want to put before I start my presentation. My presentation is African transition from a model dependency, model aid dependency to self-sufficiency, the role of South-South cooperation. I try to espouse, explore how African can shift from reliance on external aid, especially from Western countries, to self-sustained growth through partnership with the global South. This transition aligns with the Africa Union Agenda 2063, which envisions an Africa that is prosperous and driven by its own citizens. Slide 2. Africa remains the world's largest recipient of official development assistance. In 2023, Africa received over 60 billion in ODA. However, its share of global aid has declined due to shifting donor priorities and global crises such as the Russia-Ukraine war, which has directed much Western assistance towards Europe and defense budgets. This situation calls for a rethinking of Africa's development model. The AUDA NAPAD 2024 emphasized that Africa must own its development agenda. Therefore, building domestic financing system and reducing aid dependency is crucial for sustainable growth. For decades, many African countries have depended on foreign aid to fund education, health, and infrastructure. This over-reliance has created three major problems, namely economic, institutional, and psychological dependency. Economically, reliance on aid makes physical system fragile. For instance, Malawi and Mozambique face budget crises when donor support is delayed or withdrawn. Institutionally, donor-driven reform often ignore local realities, as seen in structural adjustment program of the 1980s and 1990s, which reduce public spending but worsen poverty. Psychologically, aid dependency fosters a mindset of that discourage innovation and local solutions. As Western aid declines, these vulnerabilities have become evident, revealing the urgent need for internal strength and resource mobilization. Africa's self-sufficiency. What are the barriers? Africa's journey to self-sufficiency faces several barriers. Yes, of course, weak domestic resource mobilization. The African Union report that Africa loses over 88 billion annually through illicit financial flows, limiting domestic revenue capacity. 2, pure governance and institutional instability. Transparency International 2024 Corruption Perception Index still places over 40 African countries below 50 over 100, indicating weak governance. Next slide. Paradigm shift in international aid architecture. The global aid landscape is changing. Traditional donors such as the US and EU reducing their aid commitment due to domestic challenges and geopolitical shifts. Emerging economies like China, India, Brazil, and Turkey are taking a larger role in development cooperation. The BRICS Alliance, through the new development bank, offers alternative funding focused on infrastructure, renewable energy, and digitization. The NDB approved over $30 billion in development projects by 2024. Unlike Western aid, These partnerships are based on mutual benefits, often using local currencies to avoid dollar dependency, which mostly shatter most economies in Africa. This represents a move from charity-based aid to cooperative, interest-aligned relationship. That's why the South-South cooperation. The South-South cooperation, it is grounded in mutual respect, non-conditionality, and knowledge sharing. Financial institutions such as the NDB, FDB, and ECOWAS
Dear Prof, 2 minutes, 2 more minutes.
Bank, Brazil collaboration with Ghana in sustainable agriculture and India partnership with Kenya in digital health, a strong South-South cooperation example promoting shared growth. Now the transition pathway for Africa. Africa transition to self-sufficiency requires coordinated reforms, force mobilization, strengthen tax collection systems, curb illicit financial flow, and deepen capital market to finance growth domestically. 2, regional and South-South partnership. Institutions like AFDB, BADIA, and BRICS funds can provide strategic development finance aligned with African priorities. Trade, governance, and accountability. Enhancing transparency, leadership, and fiscal discipline ensures efficient resource use. 4, linking finance and governance. Sustainable development requires a nexus between good governance and financial integrity. Without transparency, even the best financing models will fail to deliver long-term impact. Now coming to Russia growing engagement with Africa.
Prof, just 1 minute. Okay.
Russia engagement in Africa is expanding, particularly in energy, agriculture, education, and defense. Let me first move to now. Africa journey from reliance to resilience demand a new development mindset, one that emphasizes ownership, partnership, and sustainability. The South-South cooperation offers Africa an opportunity to reframe its partnership based on equality and mutual benefit. As the AU Agenda 2063 reminds us, Africa's future must be driven by its own citizens. Therefore, the continent's prosperity will not come from aid dependency, but from innovation, cooperation, and good governance. To quote from the former Nigeria President Olusegun Obasanjo, 2024, Africa's future lies not in aid, but in African-led cooperation and innovation. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Daniel Agboka. You know, our previous speaker, Professor Fedorov, he told about reparations, and we know that the president of Ghana, right, Mahama, his official title is Africa's champion, right, for the reparation agenda. Right. Probably let's ask also Rasigan, right? How do you think what could be the role of Ghana, right, in promoting new approaches, right, to development finance in Africa?
But thanks very much, and thanks also our good colleague from Ghana. raising very important points itself. In many instances, the issues that are being raised, and I'm sure, Daniel, you would also agree with me, these are not new issues that we are putting on the table itself. From Africa, we have raised these consistently, at least since the middle of the last century. The question in front of us really needs to also pick up on what are the reasons that we've not been able to advance on the agendas that we've suggested, including increasing our own contributions towards science and technology that will enable an innovation-led growth strategy itself. So I raise this, in support of what you've proposed, but also I would encourage, and Dennis, I think this is something that's also quite important for us all. We cannot separate the issues of decolonization from the issues of reparation. And the reason I say this, it's as equivalent of saying there is official donor assistance versus private investment. These are not the same, yet the colleagues seem to be mistakenly using the same framework to measure the outcomes. One is privately appropriate. The other is generating global public goods. And we need to understand the difference in terms of what we are measuring. As a consequence, we may see a better Africa based on our integrative activities, and West Africa is playing a key part in driving that agenda. East Africa is one of the fastest growing regions because of the integration together with new development partners, not just people who provide aid, working with communities to develop the necessary infrastructure for internal African trade, which will then foster the type of development. I hope this helps us all as well, Dennis. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Rossigan. We go further. We have three last reports, right? No, last but not the least. And two next reports are from scholars who have their major in law. So they are specialists in international law, right? And that's why their approach is extremely interesting for us. First of all is Aduyao Nikes, Rudin University. Aduyao, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I was supposed to do in Russian, but as I know, now I'm obliged to go in English. Okay, no problem. First of all, thanks for all of my colleagues that made the report before me. Very interesting. I will go very fast. I know that time is already over, so maybe in 2 or 3 sentences I will try to give my general idea. Of course, as Denis already said, I'm not an economist, of course, but I have my also have to say on this issue. So, can I have the next slide, please? What we want, the Africa we want in 2063, is the economic development of the African continent as a whole. But as I understood, taking into account everything that we hear here today about the development and the financial issue of the African continent, now there's a question about this future, that we want to reach, 2063. Taking into account the aid from the donor countries, and also even taking into account the internal financial system that we have within the Africa, and particularly within the African Union itself. So please, next slide. I take just here 10 country donors, for example, just to explain my idea. As you can see, the USA as always, the first topic, and then also the other countries. So next slide, please. You can see also here the country, the recipient countries also, I take also just the 10 countries. If you take, why I'm giving all these, slides, because if you come back now inside Africa, you will see that most of the African key countries, leaders, like South Africa, Egypt, and so on, are also recipient. So how can you be recipient and then be the locomotive of the development? That's the question that we have now. So from this, I'll move to the AU program. Please, next slide. So if we can see here the budget of the African Union, for example, for this year, 2025. We have the program, on 6 years, from 2003 to 2026. But as you can see here, we have the general budget of more than $600 million. But I don't want to go also inside deeply to explain detailedly what we have, but you have the general idea, what I mean. So who are financing this budget of the African Union? That's the question that we have also. You will see that most of the donors also are not African countries. Of course, if they are the recipients, how can they be, the key sponsors of this program? So you see that most of the budget are from the external, donors. So please, next slide. And then also you can see, no, before that, please. I don't know why it disappeared. The top 6 countries donors that we have here, of course, I don't know why it disappeared, but at least them, you have the EU, European Union as a first, and then the USA and so on. Also very interesting, coming back, please, next slide. What's happening? African Union, of course, itself is trying to be, free, autonomous in terms of financial of the budget of the organization. So according to the Kigali program that we have, that consists to financial African Union activities, it was imposed 1.2 % of the import goods from the external. But if you go to check which country, provide this 1.2 levy that was supposed to bring to the African Union, you see here, for example, only these countries, 15 countries receive, and then directed it to the financial activity of the AU. Next slide, please. And then also, as you can see here South Africa, Egypt, and so on. The more powerful economical countries, in Africa, didn't pay this levy of 0.2. It's a big question. It's a paradox also, for me particularly. So what does it mean? It means that the more, economically powerful countries are not, respecting their obligation under the decision of the African Union. Please, next slide. So also something very interesting that I pay attention, as we are concerned, as the Russian peoples, is about when you go even for the donors, I give here at least only 10 countries. There is no Russia inside, even if you go to the 20 countries or donors also, there is no Russia there. So when we come to the who assist also the AU, the top 6 countries that I showed before, no Russia also there. Even if you go to the 10 countries also, we are not present there. So that is a question also that I'm asking myself. So in which sphere, particularly, we are operating in Africa? Also very interesting as a question. I think that as also international world power, I think that we have also something to do in this. If you want to challenge our, Western partners that also, making, input in the development of African countries. Next, please. Thank you for your attention. So.
Thanks a lot, Yaonikes. You have mentioned very important issues, for example, regarding internal discipline, right, within African Union members, paying membership fees. Remember, is Professor Gottschalk, right, Case Gottschalk from South Africa, who usually raises this issue, right, that he says that probably Africans should severe penalties, right, for not paying in due terms these membership fees, right? Okay, and then we go to our next speaker. Is a pleasure to present Professor Kirill Bogomolov. He is the strongest scholar in right to development, and recently he published a book with Brill publishing houses, right? And I hope our nearest issue, we will publish a review in Russian to make your book familiar to Russian scholars as well. So, dear Prof, the floor is yours. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so very much, Denise, for the introduction. Greetings to all the colleagues and participants in the seminar. I will be talking on financing the right to development in Africa. But just before I get there, as I've been introduced, my name is Kirill Bogomolov. I'm an associate professor of law at the National University of Lesotho and also a research fellow at the Free State Center for Human Rights, University of the Free State. So my paper is on financing the right to development in Africa. And
Dear Kirill, could you make full screen demonstration, right, of your presentation? Because actually it's a little bit like so small, right? Could you make a full screen, demonstrate the like full screen or like F5 or something like this, right? Full screen demonstration. Yeah, great.
Is it
Thanks.
okay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, so I was saying that I will be talking on financing the right to development in Africa. And the choice of the topic is motivated by the fact that Africa is comparatively the most underdeveloped region in the world, despite enormous resource potentials and human resource capacity. In the backdrop of this contradiction, the African Charter enshrines in Article 22 a legally binding right to development that is guaranteed to all the peoples of Africa. Just to indicate also that the right to development has been recognized under international law as a human right that pertains to individuals and to peoples. And that is contained in the UN Declaration on the Right to Development, and also currently in the draft International Covenant on the Right to Development that is currently undergoing deliberations at the UN General Assembly. However, the right to development has not become reality in Africa, in spite the fact that it is recognized in the African Charter as a legally binding human right. It hasn't become a reality in Africa since 1981, when the right to development was enshrined in the African Charter. And this is because of massive constraints in mobilizing the requisite financing for development, amongst many structural hurdles and systemic barriers, and also because of heavy dependence on donor funding and external sources of development financing, which have not been sustainable. And in addition to that, the aid architecture is currently crumbling, as other colleagues have alluded to. Leaving Africa at the crossroads, necessitating for a rethinking on, strategies on how to ensure that the right to development becomes a reality. Realization of the right to development entails the mobilization of extensive financial resources. The question that I interrogate in this paper, in this presentation, is whether Africa has the capacity, with the dwindling foreign aid architecture, does Africa have the capacity to self-sustainably finance its own development? Right. In responding to that question, I would like to, have a look at the international cooperation framework for development that is, provided for under international law, and I would look at some normative prescriptions, some normative instruments that make provision for international cooperation for development. First, we have the UN Charter, which enshrines in Article 1 sub 3 and also Articles 55 and 56 the requirement for international cooperation, envisaging cooperation and mutually beneficial relations amongst nations to achieve socioeconomic development and hence achieve improved well-being and higher standards of living globally. In addition to the African Charter, we also have the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, International Covenant on socioeconomic and cultural rights that also make provisions for international cooperation. Then most importantly, relating to the right to development, the Declaration on the Right to Development makes provision for international cooperation in a number of provisions, including Articles 1 sub 3, Article 4, and Article 6 sub 1, entailing the duty to cooperate in ensuring development and in eliminating obstacles to development, which requires sustained action in support of developing countries' development efforts. The Global Development Goals Framework, I'm referring in this instance to the Millennium Development Goal that ended in 2015 and was succeeded by the Sustainable Development Goals that was adopted in 2015. These two global development frameworks also envisage some form of international cooperation, global partnerships for development. The International Covenant on the Right to Development that I've just made mention of, the draft of it that is currently undergoing deliberations at the UN General Assembly, makes extensive provision in Article 13, reiterating the fact that there needs to be, or rather it imposes a duty to cooperate in actualizing the right to development. We have the African Charter, which was adopted in 1981. It enshrines in Article 22 sub 2 an obligation on state parties to individually or collectively ensure the realization of the right to development in Africa. It doesn't use the word international cooperation, but the word collectively ensure the right to development implies international cooperation. But in this instance, we understand international cooperation to involve the countries of Africa, the state parties to the African Charter. Right. With that said, it implies if we have to, go by those provisions of international law, it implies that there is, there is an obligation on states to actually work together in order to achieve development objectives. The question that we need to interrogate is what kind of cooperation, right? When we read the provisions of these international law instruments, it prescribes for international cooperation, which should be more oriented towards partnership, mutually beneficial partnerships. But the practice, when we look at what has evolved over the years, the practice has actually shifted from what international law prescribes. And so looking at the DAC OECD framework for development cooperation, we find a distortion.
2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. We find a distortion of the notion of international cooperation, right? And, based on that, most of Africa has been very reliant or dependent on, the development assistance or foreign aid from the OECD, right? And, the commitment that the OECD countries undertook to provide 0.7% of their GDP, to support development in developing countries has never been achieved. So development cooperation in Africa has mostly revolved around, sustaining exploitative colonial ties. We have, for example, Francophone African countries that have remained under, a kind of secretive arrangement with France under the Colonial Continuation Pact. We have the UK with its former colonies and others. The Global Partnership for Development has not enabled any African country to achieve, its development goals under the Sustainable Development, under the Millennium Development Goals framework, neither under the Sustainable Development Goals framework. Bilateral cooperation arrangements such as, U.S. bilateral engagement with many African countries has also not enabled any of the recipient countries, to achieve their development goals.
Dear Kirill, 1 minute. 1 minute.
All right. There has been very minimal development in Africa, despite about $1.23 trillion worth of development aid that has been shipped from OECD countries to Africa within the period of 1960 to the year 2022. So in spite of this, Africa has potential to generate development finances from internal sources, which have not been explored, right? So I look at some of the internal sources of development finances that, that are at the disposal of African countries, which have not been explored. For example, we have, private sector funding for development, mandatory levies on major goods and services. These are propositions that have been made, including by the African Union High-Level Panel, the African diaspora remittances, private philanthropy by Africans, wealthiest individuals, exploitation and disposal of Africa's natural resources, and compulsory taxes and royalties and corporate social responsibility contributions by multinationals and transnational corporations. These are various sources of internal sources of development finances that Africa has at its disposal, but has not been able to explore them, to ensure realization of the right to development. I give some two practical examples.
Time limits, remember.
Yes, I'm concluding here. So I provide some two practical examples on projects that have been funded entirely by Africans. We have the University of Botswana, which was constructed in 1976, from 1976 to 1982, entirely funded by the people of Botswana. And then currently we have the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which, a dam worth about $4.8 billion that is, entirely funded by the people of Ethiopia, indicating the capacity, the potential that Africa has, to be able to generate its own or generate development finances from within the continent. So does that mean that Africa should, cut itself out from development cooperation? That is not the argument I'm making. My suggestion is that Africa needs to shrewdly think about the kind of development cooperation that it needs to get involved in, with the collapse of, North-South cooperation that Africa has been entangled in.
Dear Kirill, time limits.
All right. So yeah, this is just the concluding part of it. So I make suggestion that Africa needs to prioritize, South-South cooperation, and in doing so, it needs to, focus on cooperation that promote technical assistance rather than dependency on financial support from donor countries. So I would just conclude at that point. The conclusion here is just a summary of what I've highlighted. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Kirill. Probably one small comment, like a lawyer to your colleague lawyer, right, from Yao Nikes, right? But in brief.
Yeah, sorry, just 1 second. Yeah, a very interesting report. Thank you very much. But I would just want to draw my attention to the normative sources that you show. Very interesting, yeah, as sources. But as you can see, something very important, that all the normative issues that you show are just declarations and then and programs, yeah, of activities. For example, the Millennium Development Goal and then the Sustainable Development Goals and so on. My question is that why up to now there is not binding document in this issue on the right to development? Something very important. I think that has to draw the attention of the African countries on these issues. As we said, the most important approach here should be the self-service cooperation. Africa must, first of all, trust it itself, and then before waiting the aid from the foreign countries. Thank you.
Dear Kirill, in brief, just one or 2 minutes, if you have some remark, yeah, final remark from your part, yeah.
Thank you very much for the question. The African Charter is actually a legally binding document which enshrines the right to development. At the international level, there is currently the draft covenant on the right to development that has been, drafted. It is still undergoing deliberations, as I've mentioned, at the UN General Assembly. It is intended to become a legally binding document when it is adopted and ratified. The prospect of it becoming a legally binding document is very high, in the sense that member countries of the G77, developing countries, have been the driving force behind the drafting of the International Covenant on the Right to Development. And at the UN General Assembly, the G77 member states are in the majority, which implies that when it comes to voting for the adoption of the International Covenant on the Right to Development, there is very high prospect that the G77 member states will vote.
Okay, Kirill. Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, I know it's a kind of legal dispute, right? Whether this document has a binding power or no. Thanks a lot for your presentation, for such an exchange of opinions. Last but not the least, Ivan Dmitrievich Lashkaryov. The floor is yours. Yeah.
Colleagues, I will speak Russian because I have mastered this language better. And standing between you and lunch, so I don't want to be the bad guy. My topic is related to financial remittance from the diasporas. This is a huge question on the agenda of financial organizations, and it has been on the agenda of these organizations for the past 20 years. Why? The reason is that financial remittances from migrants have exceeded the official development assistance for a long time now. Year 24, the ODA was 75 billion, but migrant remittances were 1 billion, 100 billion, which is even more than investments into Africa, which is just 97 billion last year. So, in this sense, talking about resources for development, many researchers believe, and I agree with them, that this is a very important development tool. And I should test the African countries, in particular after the 2008 crisis, have also started to look at it. We saw the Great Dam in Ethiopia here, and one of the first countries to start thinking what to do about this money, except household consumption. Because when migrants transfer this money to the household, this usually is spent on clothes and on food. So the Ethiopians were the first to start thinking about this. They issued the diaspora bonds. Israel used to do that before that. So did Nepal and India. The Ethiopians couldn't issue these bonds successfully. So they're now called semi-bonds, something which is not quite a bond. Furthermore, we've heard allegations that a great part of this money has never reached the dam. One way or another, several $100 million were raised back then. This was the first bonds, the bonds for Great Revival. Later, in the years 2009, 2011, Kenya tried to follow this path. They also raised $25 million, which is a modest amount, because they wanted to raise 100. But the participants thought otherwise. And starting from the year 2019, they've been issuing diaspora bonds again. The purpose is to raise finances for particular projects in the country of origin. In year 2021, Nigerians came up with a more successful project. They took the Mexican experience as the basis. Mexico invented the 2-to-1 scheme back in the 1990s, meaning that each dollar remitted from the US, the local government would invest $1 more, and the federal government would invest $1. Nigerians said it would be 5 naira versus $1. The exchange rate is not quite equitable, but still, this helps to attract money into the local economy and then to invest this money into particular projects. Another very interesting format for fundraising was the so-called fundraising marathon. It was quite often used in Gambia, in Senegal, in Ethiopia. The idea is also to raise money for something concrete, which is quite relevant at the moment. In the past year, we've seen a new trend, where representatives of the diasporas, usually communities in Europe or North America, or sometimes self-organized communities in the Arabian Peninsula. So they raise the following claims. They want to have a say in how the money is transferred. So the latest trend is to create diaspora trust funds, where at least half of the members of the board of directors are people assigned by the communities. Such a foundation was established in Nigeria in 2022, and in Ethiopia in 2023. And many other countries have started to follow suit as well. Again, talking about how this money is distributed, and this is very important. Out of the 100 billion, about 2/3 falls on just three countries, Nigeria, Egypt, and Morocco. There's no big secret there why it is so. Egypt has also been working to raise funds, but less actively. So has Morocco. Here it is on a voluntary basis, more or less. But Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Kenya started to raise funds through funds. And trust foundations have already been working, have published reports. We have heard a report about the South African Development Bank. There are several similar reports published by trust funds. Yes, you've got a couple of minutes. Okay, now about the limitations. There are 4 of them. The main limitation is that the African countries consider the diasporas as milking cows. Clearly, people living abroad don't like this. They want to have a say, they want to participate. But they hear, give us the money, thank you, and go away. This is the problem for the developing world in general, not just for African countries. But this is a problem where the government doesn't treat diaspora members equally. Because diaspora members want not only to be able to transfer the money, but also to determine the diaspora policy. 2, We're all impressed by the amounts of these migrant remittances, 100 billion or 95 billion. This is big money, but I should say this is not a stable money. During the COVID, we saw it plummet 40% because people were thinking about surviving, so they didn't send any money to their families. Or there's another type of instability, seasonal. Because some people work only from season to season. So in the season where they don't have any job, they don't remit. This is also a limitation. So sometimes water can end in your tap. Another aspect which all international financial institutions have noted, it's a quite high price of transaction. To be able to remit money to an African country, quite often you have to do this via several banks. So each of the banks, they take their own commission. As a result, it's 7% instead of 1.5%, which is quite a lot. Now, several countries, such as Kenya, for instance, and Kenya is leading here. So countries are offering digital services for direct transfer. This is something similar to mobile money transfer. They call it M-Akiba. This is what they propose in Kenya. But even the diaspora members are not quite in favor of this system. Maybe there are some other problems, maybe related to the trust to the system, to whether they can use the system on your simple phone. So the outlooks are quite big, but there are serious limitations because people sometimes are not ready to invest in infrastructure projects, but still want to help their households. Thank you. That will be all. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Иван Дмитриевич. Dear Rasigan, probably your final remarks, final comments, please. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Dennis. And also in keeping with, I understand we're very close to the end itself. But I think there are some issues that have been raised, especially in the last few presenters, that require some level of attention itself. The one is the big gap between rhetorically what's been framed as agreements themselves and the question of, are these valid in terms of, do they relate to the national financial situation of the member states themselves? And it's an important consideration to bear in mind. That 0.2% that was mentioned was from 2016. And what it asked for is a tax on imported goods. This has proven to be extremely difficult for any country of Africa to actually implement. As Ivan has now mentioned, questions about trust with respect to diaspora funding, etc., also brings into question these elements that we are combining based on what was tradition. Colleagues, I really want to encourage us to take a view of the situation in front of us being one of flux and a dynamic that's taking place. Let's not try to make sense of it only in terms of what we knew from our past experiences. This offers us a chance to actually break out of the traps that have confined us in neo-colonial world systems. I also want to encourage people to take a full view of what was adopted last week at the United Nations, which is us designating the 14th of December as the International Day Against Colonialism in all its forms and manifestations. If we pay particular attention to this, and based on the wealth of information that was shared in this seminar, I am sure we can put together better ways of resolving the problems as we've understood them, but also in terms of opening up world systems towards development that serves all. I hope this helps us all move forward as well, and I've tried to be very brief, colleagues. Thank you very much, Dennis.
Dear Rasigan, thanks a lot, being real co-moderator, right? Thanks for your reflections. And we go to concluding remarks. I think that today our discussion was very high theoretical level, right, intellectual and theoretical level, and I think that we need very good, I don't know, report or how it is called, working paper, right, both with participation of both Russian scholars and English and our African colleagues. Tatiana Sergeyevna, what can you say us in this regards? Yeah.
My dear colleagues, thank you so much. I will also take just a couple of minutes of your time, as you've done a tremendous work, and we do believe that based on the results of this seminar, we want to publish a collective paper. So this is going to be a joint effort, and then from all the inputs from you. So we will have a set of criteria. So we will send this information to you, and we want to invite our African colleagues to be involved in the project, and we'll have a bilateral paper produced as a result. Dear colleagues, thank you so very much. So it's been a great pleasure. So it has been an intellectual feast. And from my side, South Africa. Thank you all very much.